Tonight, you grind what the garden gave you. The last heat of the day is leaving the mud brick walls, and the room has gone the color of weak honey. A single flame sits in a shallow clay saucer near the bench, its twisted linen wick burning low and steady, and the light it gives is soft and close, reaching only as far as the near shelves. Beyond that, the corners stay in shadow. You let your eyes settle. The workroom is small and low. Along one wall, mud brick ledges and worn wooden shelves hold rows of squat pottery jars, pale buff and red-brown, each one stoppered with linen and a little dried mud. Bundles of dried herbs hang from a ceiling beam, turning very slightly in the moving air. Nothing here is in a hurry. The evening has only just begun to cool. You reach for the mortar first. It is a heavy, dark stone, wide and low, worn smooth on the inside from long use, and the rounded pestle sits ready in your hand, cool and a little heavier than it looks. Into the bowl go a few dried leaves and a broken piece of root, and already the smell rises to meet you, dry and green and faintly sweet, with the warm dust of the day underneath it. You bring the pestle down. The first stroke is soft, a low knock of stone against stone, and the leaves give way and fold. You turn your wrist, press, and lift, and bring it down again. There is no rush in it. The sound finds its own slow measure, and the herbs begin, little by little, to let go of what they hold. Come down the last few steps into the workroom, the way the light does at the end of a day like this. The house sits on the west side of the river, near Thebes, and the room you are entering is small, low, walled in sun-dried mud brick that has held the warmth of the afternoon and is only now beginning to give it back. There is a bench along one side. There are shelves, there are jars. Nothing here is in a hurry. The day's heat is leaving the brick slowly, and the room is settling into the long, even quiet that the evening keeps. The shelves are the first thing to know. They are not deep. Low mud brick ledges built out from the wall, and above them a few plain wooden boards, and along all of them, in an order that is not quite tidy and not quite random, stand the jars, small squat pots of pale buff clay. Others of a red-brown that is nearly the color of the wall behind them. A few pieces of banded creamy stone, alabaster, catching what little light there is. Each one is stoppered, some with a twist of linen pressed into the mouth, some sealed over with a plug of dried mud. You could pass a whole evening just reading the shelf, jar by jar, and not reach the end of it. The man whose room this is has spent the day among people. He is a swnw, a physician, which in this country is a title you carry alongside others, not instead of them. He is also a scribe. The two go together here as naturally as the reed and the ink. A man who can read the old rolls and copy them out fairly, and who has been taught what the rolls contain, is the same man you send for when your child will not eat, or when the wound on your arm has begun to draw heat, healer and writer, in one plain, unremarkable life. If you want a name to hang this evening on, think of a physician like Nebamun. He was a real man, a swnw who lived in Thebes in these years, and the words carved for him say it plainly, a scribe and a physician of the king in Thebes. His father was a judge. He would be buried in a tomb painted well enough that we still speak of it. Our evening is not his. This room and this quiet hour are ours to imagine, but the kind of man who kept a workroom like this one, and the kind of standing such a man could have, are drawn from him and from others like him. A physician of the king was still at the bench, a man grinding a remedy by lamplight. The knowledge in this room did not begin in this room. It was copied. Somewhere nearby, attached to a temple, there is a place they call the House of Life, the Parank, where the rolls are kept and studied and written out again, one careful line at a time, so that what one generation learned the next can hold in its hands. A physician learns much of his craft from a master, often from his own father, at a bench like this one. But the words behind the craft, the ordered lists of remedies and the sentences that go with them, live on papyrus, and papyrus is fragile, and so it is copied and copied again in the house of life. So the roll he keeps here is not new, and it is not meant to be. The great book of remedies, the one whose lines he knows by heart, was already old when he was young. Its own copy was made in the time of an earlier king, generations back, and the man himself lives long after that. The book is, to him, something like a century old, a familiar and settled thing. There is comfort in that. He is not inventing the evening's work. He is doing again, carefully, what many hands did before his, following a written tradition that was already worn smooth by use. On the bench itself, the tools of the evening are already set out, or nearly so. A heavy dark stone mortar, wide and low, worn pale in the hollow where the grinding is done. Its pestle beside it, a smooth rounded stone that sits well in the hand. A small handheld balance of dark wood, its two little pans hung on plated cords, and a few polished stone weights kept in a dish so they will not roll away. Everything is within one arm's reach of everything else. A room arranged by a man who has stood here many evenings and learned exactly where each thing wants to be. From the ceiling beam, where the room is coolest, hang bundles of dried herbs, tied at the stem and left to hang head down. A few linen drawstring bags hang with them, drawn tight at the neck, their shapes soft and full. When the air moves, which it barely does at this hour, the bundles turn a little on their strings and settle again. This is where the smell of the room comes from. Dry, green gone brown, a little bitter, a little sweet, the smell of many plants slowly giving up their water in the shade over many days. Lower down, near the bench, stand the everyday vessels, the ones a remedy is carried in rather than the ones it is stored in. A honey pot, its rim gone sticky and dark at the lip, a beer jug of plain brown clay, a shallow bowl with a little milk left standing in it. These are the liquids that a ground remedy is worked into, the ones that turn a dry powder into something a person can swallow or hold against the skin. A physician's shelf is half a kitchen. The line between the two is not drawn firmly here. In one corner of the bench there is a shallow open clay saucer, and in it a little pool of oil with a twisted linen wick laid into the rim, its end resting just above the oil. It is not lit yet. The room is still holding enough of the day's gray light to see by, and he is in no hurry to spend the oil before he must. But the saucer is ready, set where its small flame will fall across the mortar and not into his eyes. When the last light goes from the doorway, this is what the rest of the evening will be measured by. Outside, the town is folding itself up for the night. Across the flat roofs, the sounds of the day are thinning out, one by one. The last of the water carriers has gone by. A door somewhere is drawn to and barred, the wood knocking softly into its frame. A woman calls a child in from a rooftop and is answered, and then it is quiet on that side. Farther off, a dog settles. The river keeps its own low sound beyond the houses, steady and without edges, the way it has all day and will all night. Inside, those sounds arrive softened, filtered through a thickness of brick that keeps the day's heat out and the evening's quiet in. The workroom does not so much shut the town out as let it grow faint, until the loudest thing in the room is the physician's own slow breathing and the small dry rustle of a herb bundle turning on its string. This is the hour the room was made for. Not the crowded daytime, when people come and go with their aches and their questions, but the still edge of the day afterward, when the work turns inward, to the bench and the shelf and the roll. He moves through the room without needing to look for anything. A hand goes to a shelf and comes back with the right jar, weighed by feel. A stopper is eased out, sniffed once, pressed back. He is taking a slow account of what he has, the way a man does at the start of a task he has done many times, when the counting is half habit and half a kind of quiet pleasure. Nothing is written yet. Nothing is ground yet. This is only the settling in, the part before the work, when the room and the man come to the same stillness. On the shelf nearest the bench, The jars he will want tonight stand a little apart from the rest, drawn forward so their mouths face out. Each has, painted low on its shoulder, a few tiny faded black ink dashes and dots, like old tally marks, worn nearly away by the passing of his thumb over them, season after season. He does not truly need the marks. He knows every jar by its weight and its clay and its place. But the marks are there, made long ago by a careful hand, and he leaves them, and touches them, and passes on. There is no one here to be impressed, and nothing here to prove. The grand words carved for a physician of the king belong to daylight and to the tomb wall. In this room, at this hour, there is only a bench, a shelf, a book he has read 1,000 times, and a night's worth of small, exact tasks laid out ahead like a path already walked. He knows more or less what he will make tonight, and for whom, and in what order. The knowing sits easily on him. It is the easy weight of a thing done often and done well. So let the last grey light drain out of the doorway. Let the town go fully quiet beyond the brick. The physician settles onto the low seat at his bench, draws the mortar toward him, and for a moment simply rests his hands on the cool, worn stone. The jars wait on their shelf. The book waits, rolled and still. The oil waits in its saucer for the flame it has not yet been given. Everything in the room is where it should be, and everything is about to begin, slowly, in its own unhurried time. Along the wall of the workroom, low mud brick ledges and a few wooden shelves hold the whole of the trade. There is no locked cabinet here, no wall of matching bottles, only rows of small squat jars in pale buff and red-brown clay, a piece or two of creamy banded alabaster, and linen drawstring bags hung from pegs and from the ceiling beam. Each jar is stoppered with linen and dried mud, and each carries on its shoulder a few tiny faded marks in ink. You know most of them by hand and by smell before your eye ever reaches the marks. This is the shelf you have been building for years, one harvest and one trade at a time. You reach first for the honey. It sits nearest to hand, in a broad pot heavy enough that it does not tip when you draw from it. Honey is the most common thing on this whole shelf, and the most common thing in the old book as well. It turns up in more remedies than anything else, sometimes as the cure itself, more often as the base that carries the rest. You do not know why it works. You only know that a wound dressed in honey does better than one left bare, and that this has been true for as long as anyone has kept notes. So it stays at the front, sweet and slow, the first thing your hand finds in the low light. Beside the honey lies a bundle of dried willow, tied at the stem and gone brittle since the last flooding. You use it in a narrow way, and you are careful to remember which way that is. Willow goes onto an inflamed wound, laid on to draw the heat out of angry flesh. That is all you ask of it. You do not give it for aches, and you do not give it for fever. Those it does nothing for. Its work is close and quiet, pressed against the skin and bound over, and the shelf keeps it dry between uses so that the leaves crumble clean under your fingers when the time comes. The seed jars sit together in their own short row, because you reach for them often and you like them where your hand expects them. Cumin first, small and gray-brown and warm to the nose when you crush a few between finger and thumb. You give it for a wind-tight belly, for the gripe that comes and goes, and sometimes for a cough or a sore tooth. Next to it, coriander and dill, and the little hard berries of juniper, kept in a bag of their own. These are the everyday complaints of the everyday body, the settling of the stomach and the easing of the breath, and the seeds for them come cheap and come often from the garden and from the market. Further along, in a jar you keep well stoppered, is the pomegranate. You save the rind and the root, dried hard and dark, and you grind them small only when there is need. This is your remedy for the worm that troubles the gut. Prepared and taken, it loosens the worm's hold, and the body is rid of it. You have seen this work more than once, plainly and without ceremony, and so the jar is never quite allowed to run empty. You do not dwell on the how of it. You keep the rind dry, you keep the measure honest, and you let the remedy do the quiet thing it does. The acacia gum comes next, hard amber lumps that clink faintly when you tip the jar. It is a binding, drawing thing, and you turn to it for several small troubles. For the worm again, for a loose gut, for a rash on the skin that will not settle. You break a lump, and it is sticky at the fresh edge and clouds a little in water. Beside it stands the castor, the kiki, whose thick oil serves two purposes on this shelf. Given by mouth, it moves a stopped belly. Poured into the open saucer, it feeds the wick and gives you your light. One plant, then, for both the working and the seeing of the work. Then come the kitchen plants, the ones that live as much in the cooking pot as on the healer's shelf. Garlic and onion, plated and hung where the air moves, pungent enough to sting the eye when you cut into them. You give them for troubles of the belly and of the breath, for the sluggish gut and the thick head. There is nothing rare about them. Every house in the village keeps them, and you keep them too, because the plainest things are asked for the most. You take one down, feel its papery skin loosen, and set it by the bench for later, where the light can reach it. On the high shelf, kept for their scent, are the frankincense and the myrrh. These do not come from any garden of yours. They arrive by trade, carried a long way and handed on hand to hand, and so you use them sparingly and store them close. They are resins, sticky and dark, and their smell fills the room the moment the jar is opened, heavy and sweet and a little bitter under it. You give them for the throat and the breath, and you burn a little at times to sweeten the air of a sick room. Of the two, you keep the smaller stock of the darker one, since it is the harder to come by. Lower down are the sweeter, softer things, the wild fig and the date. From the fig you draw a milky sap that, spread on a raw place, dries to a thin film over the skin, a covering the flesh can heal beneath. The dates you keep both to eat and to work with, mashed and worked. They make a soft paste that binds a mixture together and moves a stopped belly gently, without griping. Between them, these two do the kindest sort of work on the shelf, the covering and the easing, and both come in season from trees you can name and walk to, needing no trade at all. Now to the minerals, which sit apart from the plants in their own small jars, since they do not spoil and ask only to be kept dry. There is natron, the pale drying salt, which you use to clean a mouth and rinse it out. There is ochre, in two colors you keep separate, and never confuse. The yellow you reach for in one kind of complaint, the red in another. And there is the malachite, ground to a green powder for the eyes. Of the eye troubles there are many, and the green stone finds its way into a great number of the remedies for them, worked to a fine dust and kept from the damp. Beside the malachite is the black, the ground galena you keep for coal, dark and heavy as it sits in its dish. This too is for the eyes, lined along the lid, as much a daily thing in every house as a remedy in yours. You keep it already worked to a fine powder so it is ready when it is wanted, and the surface of it takes the lamplight without giving anything back, a small flat dark pool in the clay. The green and the black together fill more of your eye remedies than you would once have guessed, and so between them they hold a good share of the shelf. The wet things stand a little apart, where a spill will do no harm to the powders. A beer jug, dark and everyday, for the mixtures that must be drunk. A shallow bowl of milk, drawn fresh, that will not keep, and so is fetched only when a remedy calls for it. And the honey again, which belongs as much here among the carriers as it did at the front among the cures. A remedy is rarely a single thing. It is a plant or a stone ground fine, and then loosened into something a person can swallow. So the beer, the milk, and the honey wait together, the quiet vessels that carry all the rest down. Nothing here would keep by itself. The keeping is your doing, and it is half the craft. Seeds and rinds are dried hard before they ever reach a jar, so that no damp gets into them and turns them soft. The resins are kept close stoppered, so their scent does not thin away into the room. The powders are shut against the wet that would cake them. Over every mouth goes a plug of linen and a smear of mud, pressed down with the thumb, and the linen bags are drawn tight at the neck and hung where the air can move around them. A shelf kept this way holds a full year, and yours, tonight, is full. Where each thing came from is written into where it sits. The garden gave you the seeds and the greens and the platted bulbs, gathered a short walk from your own door. The dry edge of the desert and the riverbank gave the stones. The natron and the ochre and the green and the black, picked up and carried home and ground down over long evenings like this one. And the far trade gave the resins on the high shelf, the frankincense and the myrrh that no garden of yours will ever grow. Your hand knows the weight and the smell of each before you read a single mark, and the marks are only there to catch you when your hand is tired. You draw down the few things the evening will need and set them along the bench in the little pool of lamplight. The honey, a seed jar, a lump of gum, the green powder, a measure of beer. The rest of the shelf falls back into its shadow, in order, sealed, waiting. There is a plain comfort in a shelf that is full and a shelf that is known, every jar in its place and every place remembered. The room is quiet around you, the flame steady in its saucer of oil. What the garden and the desert and the far road gave you is all here, dry and ready, and now the working of it can begin. The jars are open now, their linen and mud stoppers set aside in a small row. What was chosen from the shelf must be brought together, and the way to bring it together is slow. You reach for the mortar first. It is a heavy, dark stone, wide and low, worn smooth on the inside from long use, and it sits on the bench with the settled weight of a thing that is never really moved. Beside it lies the pestle, a rounded stone that fits the hand without asking anything of it. Nothing about this hurries. The work of the evening is mostly the work of the hand and the stone, repeated until the material gives in. You begin with the dried things, because they must be broken down before anything wet can join them. A pinch of dried herb goes into the bowl of the mortar, then a little more brittle stems that snap between the fingers before they even meet the stone. The first press of the pestle is not a blow but a lean. The weight of the arm carried down through the wrist into the stone, and the leaves collapse under it with a dry sound. You turn the pestle a quarter, press again, turn again. The rhythm settles quickly. It is the oldest sound in the room, older than the lamp, older than the wall, a stone turning on stone in the near dark. The book, when it speaks of this step, speaks plainly. To be ground finely, it says, and that is the whole instruction. Not ground until convenient, not ground until you tire of it, but finally until the coarse becomes the smooth, and the smooth becomes something close to dust. So you keep on past the point where it looks done. The leaf gives way to flake, the flake to powder, and the powder gathers at the low center of the bowl where the stone has worn it deepest. You tilt the mortar toward the light and look. There is a moment when the grain disappears from the surface, and that is the word the book meant. Not everything that goes in is soft. Some of the shelf is stubborn, a knot of dried gum, a piece of resin gone hard and amber in its jar, a fragment of mineral that has to be reduced before it will mix with anything. For these, the pestle changes its temper. You lean harder and the sound changes with it, a duller knock, a grinding scrape, the resin resisting and then cracking and then surrendering into smaller and smaller pieces. It is patient work and there is no way to shorten it. The stone does not care how late it is. You add a little of the fine powder already made, and it helps the hard thing break, the two grinding each other down together. When the dry work is done, there is the sieving. You do not trust the eye alone. A square of loose woven linen is stretched across the mouth of a shallow bowl, and the ground powder is tipped onto it and worked through with the flat of the hand. The fine falls silently into the bowl below, pale and even. What stays on the cloth is the coarse that escaped the stone, and it goes back into the mortar for another turn. The book has a phrase for this whole cast of steps as well, a plainer one still. Made into a single mass, it says, and that is where all this is heading, though it does not look like one mass yet. Now the wet things come to the bench. 3 of them stand ready, the ones that carry everything else into the body. There is the honey pot, dark and half full, its surface catching the lamp in a slow gleam. There is the beer jug, the everyday beer, thick and dark rather than clear, a working drink more than a fine one. And there is the shallow bowl of milk, plain and pale, brought in earlier so it would be at hand. Each of these is a carrier. On its own, it is food and drink. Mixed with the ground powder, it becomes the thing that will be swallowed, and the choice of which one is not idle. Honey is the one you reach for most. It is on the shelf in more jars than anything else, and it turns up in more of the remedies than any other single thing. It binds. Stir the powder into honey, and the loose dust becomes a paste that holds together, that can be shaped, that can be measured out without scattering. It is sweet, which makes the bitter easier to take, and it keeps on its own and in the mixture, so a paste made tonight is not spoiled by morning. You do not know the reason it works the way it does on a wound or in the mouth. You know only that it does, again and again, and that is reason enough to keep it close. Some remedies call instead for the beer. It is the dark, everyday kind, cloudy and thick, closer to a thin broth than to anything you would call a drink for pleasure. Ground root or seed goes into it, and the book will sometimes say the mixture is to be cooked, then squeezed out. So it is set over a low fire in a small pot and warmed until the beer draws out what the plant is holding, then poured through a cloth so the swallowed part is liquid and the spent solid stays behind. The kitchen smell of warm beer and steeping herb rises into the room and mixes with the dust of the grinding, and the evening takes on that thick, settled warmth. The milk is for the gentler things, and for one kind especially. Some of the remedies do not ask for milk in general, but for a particular milk, and the book names it in words that have been copied out for generations. Milk of a woman who has borne a son. It is written just so, again and again, wherever that carrier is wanted. Behind the phrase is the old story of the goddess who nursed her child and healed him, and the belief that a mother's milk carries some of that healing forward into whatever it is stirred into. Whether or not it changes the medicine, it changes how the medicine is meant, and a swnw does not leave such words out. Before the wet and the dry are joined, there is the matter of how much. Here the book is spare in a different way. It does not give hard numbers the way a later hand might. It gives measures that live in the kitchen. A mouthful of this, it says, the small unit called roe, about as much as the mouth will take at once, a little more than a spoon. A small jug of that, the hin, a modest pour you could hold in one hand. The measures are bodily and familiar, sized to the vessels already on the bench, and you reckon them by eye and by the weight in the hand, rather than by any counting. For the few things measured by weight rather than by pour, there is the small balance. It is a plain thing of dark wood, 2 little pans hung on plaited cords from the ends of a beam, and a handful of polished stone weights kept in a pouch beside it. A pinch of a costly mineral, a measure of resin, and you want the 2 pans to hang level. You set a small weight in one pan and let the powder trickle into the other until the beam settles and holds still. It is slower than the eye but surer, and for the things that matter in small amounts, it is worth the extra moment of watching the cords come to rest. Now the joining. The measured powder is tipped into the honey, or into the strained beer, or into the milk, and the pestle or a smooth reed does the stirring. At first the 2 refuse each other, the powder floating dry on the surface, the liquid unwilling to take it in. You fold it under, turn it over, press the lumps against the side of the bowl until they break and thin. Made into a single mass, the book said, and here is what that means with your own hand watching it happen. The streaks close, the graininess softens, and what were 2 things become one thing, even in color, holding together when you lift the reed and let a little fall back. The single mass does not stay a single mass. It becomes whatever the remedy asks it to be. Some of it is rolled between the palms into small pellets, little pills of paste dusted so they will not stick, set out in a row on a clay saucer to firm up. Some of it is kept soft and thick as an ointment, to be worked into the skin later with a fingertip. And some is thinned and spread onto linen as a poultice, a soft compress to be laid warm against the place that needs it. The same ground powder, the same honey, takes 3 shapes before the evening is out, and each shape has its own use and its own way of being carried to the body. There is one preparation that cannot be hurried at all, because it belongs to the hours you are not awake for. The book gives it in a quiet line. To be left overnight for the dew to form, it says, then squeezed out in the morning. So this mixture is not finished tonight. It is set out where the night air can reach it, covered lightly against dust but open to the cool, and the slow settling of the dark does the work no fire and no pestle could do. In the morning what has gathered will be pressed through a cloth and used. For now you simply set it aside and let the night have it. One small thing that finishes itself while the house sleeps. Between one preparation and the next, the mortar is wiped clean. This too is part of the craft, and not the smallest part. A trace of bitter root left in the bowl would find its way into a sweet eye salve and spoil it. So the stone is scoured with a little water and a rag of linen and dried, and the pestle with it. The used cloths go into a small heap to be washed. The bench is ordered again, jars nudged back into their places, stoppers matched to their mouths. Only with a clean mortar do you reach for the next remedy. The tidiness is not fussiness. It is the difference between one medicine and another kept apart by a wiped stone. The lamp needs tending. It is only a shallow open clay saucer of oil with a twisted linen wick laid in it, and the wick has burned down to a low, guttering flame. You draw it out a little with the tip of a reed and the light steadies and grows, and the shadows on the wall shift and settle. Castor oil is what feeds it, the same oil that turns up on the shelf as a gentle remedy in its own right. So even the light in the room is drawn from the same store as the medicine. The small flame throws its warmth across the bench, over the bowls and the pellets and the stone, and the work goes on inside its narrow circle. For now the mixing is done. The pellets sit drying on their saucer, the ointment waits thick in its bowl, the poultice lies folded on its linen, and the one slow mixture rests in the night air where the dew will find it. The mortar is clean and cool again, the pestle laid across its rim, the jars closed and back in their rows. The grinding sound has left the room, and in its place is only the small breath of the flame and the settled quiet of a bench put in order. What was measured and mixed tonight still has to be written down and set aside, so that in the morning each remedy can be given as the book asks, over 4 unhurried days. The mixing is done, and now comes the writing. On the low mud brick bench, beside the mortar still faintly dusted with pale powder, the physician draws a roll of papyrus toward him. It is a working copy, kept for use, not for show. The book he writes into tonight is a plain roll of his own. But the book he learned from is older, a copy inherited and recopied, already close to a century older than the evening in which he sits. He does not think of it as ancient. He thinks of it as the way things are done, the settled order of a craft written down long before him and carried, sheet after sheet, into his own steady hands. Picture the book he keeps for reference, the great one, unrolled to its full length. It would run for close to 20 meters, sheet joined to sheet, more than 100 columns of writing marching from one end to the other. Its height is modest, about a forearm span, so that a reader holds a tall ribbon of text and travels along it. The order is fixed and practical. Complaints of the belly come first, then the lower body, then the chest, then the heart, then the eyes, then the skin. A man who has read it often knows where his hand should go before his eye arrives. The writing itself is not carved and formal. It is the everyday hand, cursive and quick, the script a busy scribe uses when he has hundreds of entries to keep and no wish to labor over each sign. In this one book alone there are close to 900 prescriptions, hundreds of remedies gathered under some 80 complaints. Many of the plants named in it can no longer be identified with certainty. That much the physician would not have known, and it need not trouble the calm of the evening. What matters to him is that the entry he wants is where the book has always kept it. Notice the colors in the writing, because they are not decoration. The body of the text is black. The headings and the measures are written in red. Red marks where a new complaint begins. Red marks the amounts to be weighed and poured, so that the eye running down a long column catches the right recipe and does not confuse one dose with another. It is an early and quiet piece of design, a way of building a signpost into ink. The physician's own working roll follows the same habit. Black for the words, red for the openings and the weights. He takes up the pen. It is a reed stem, cut square at the writing end, the tip frayed a little and darkened where it has drunk the ink through many evenings. There is nothing sharp about it, no metal, no nib. He touches it to the black well, lets the excess run back, and rests his wrist against the sheet. The whole gesture is unhurried. A physician here is very often a scribe as well, and the two skills sit in the same hands. To measure a remedy and to write it down are parts of one calm craft, and he moves from the mortar to the pen without any change in his breathing. The recipe he sets down follows a shape he has copied 100 times. First the heading, in red, naming the complaint. Then the list of ingredients, each with its measure. Then the making, told in a few plain verbs. Then the giving, how much and for how long. The pattern is so familiar that it feels less like invention than like laying stones in a wall he already knows. He does not reach for new words. The book taught him these, and their steadiness is the point. Every entry in the great roll wears the same quiet uniform, and his own hand keeps the line. There is another book in the tradition he keeps in mind, a book about examining rather than mixing, where the great roll gathers remedies. That other one teaches a method, and it is the method more than any single cure that shapes how a careful physician carries himself. Its lessons are written in the second person, plainly, as if a teacher were standing at the shoulder of a pupil. Its sentences begin the same way, over and over, a phrasing worn smooth by use. If thou examinest a man having a wound in his, and then the naming of the part, and then the looking, and then the judgment. The method rests on a small handful of judgments, and this is the part worth dwelling on. After the looking and the touching, the physician was taught to place each case into one of 3 plain sentences. An ailment which I will treat, an ailment with which I will contend, an ailment not to be treated. 3 doors, and every case walks through one of them. The first is the easy one, a thing he can mend. The second is the harder one, a thing he will wrestle with, uncertain of the end. The third is the honest one, and its honesty is rare. That third verdict, the ailment not to be treated, appears in 14 of the 48 cases, and it is found in no other Egyptian medical text. It is easy to pass over how quiet a thing that is. A physician wrote down, plainly, the cases he could not mend, and set them beside the ones he could. He did not promise more than he could give. There is a kind of steadiness in that admission. The same steadiness that lets a man measure a dose without shaking. The book does not pretend. It teaches its pupil to look, to name what is before him, and to say honestly which of the 3 doors it is. Behind the looking lies a way of understanding the body, and it too is calm and orderly. The physician was taught that the body is woven through with channels, and that they run from the heart to every limb. The heart is the center, and the channels carry outward from it. So when he laid his fingers on a man, he was not only feeling a wrist. He believed he was reading the heart at a distance, through the network that ties the far parts of the body back to the middle. It is a picture of a body held together, everything connected to one steady source. The teaching book says this in its own words. If any physician put his hands or his fingers upon the head, upon the 2 hands, upon the pulse, upon the 2 feet, he measures the heart, because its pulsation is in every vessel of every member. Read it slowly. The hands go to the head, to the hands, to the pulse, to the feet, and each touch is a way of reaching the same center. There is no rush in the sentence and none in the act. The physician moves from one point to another, listening with his fingers, gathering a picture of the whole from the quiet drumming under the skin. So the method has 3 unhurried movements, and they fold neatly into one another. Look at the man before you. Lay your fingers on him and feel what runs beneath. Then place him into one of the 3 plain sentences: treat, contend, or leave. And only then, if the door is one of the first 2, do you turn to the great roll of remedies and find the recipe that matches. The examining and the mixing are 2 halves of the same evening. One reads the body, the other reads the book, and both are done at the same measured pace, with the same care not to overreach. Now he writes out the recipe he settled on earlier at the mortar. The heading first, in red, so his eye or another's will find it later. Then the ingredients, each named and each given its measure: a mouthful of this, a small jug of that, poured in the little standard cups the trade agrees on. He does not weigh most of these on the balance. Powders and metals want the scale, but a remedy of honey and herb and beer is a matter of volume, of the familiar cups and jugs, and he pours by them as he has always poured. Then come the making verbs, and the book has taught him their shapes. To be ground finely, to be made into a single mass, to be cooked, then squeezed out, and a gentler one that suits the hour, a mixture to be left overnight for the dew to form, and then squeezed out in the morning. He writes the phrases without thinking hard about them, because the doing is already behind him, and the words only record it. Even so, the last one carries the night in it, something left out under the dark to gather its own moisture while the house sleeps. Last of all comes the giving, and here the book leaves its plainest mark on the evening. A dose is not a single act, but a small routine spread across the mornings. The phrase he writes is the one the tradition writes again and again: to be drunk over 4 days. 4 days, 4 measured cups, 4 quiet repetitions of the same ordered work. Not a cure swallowed once and forgotten, but a rhythm, the same amount at the same hour, morning after morning, until the 4 are done. He sets the words down, and they feel less like a prescription than like a small calendar of care. On the jars themselves, he makes no such careful writing. Where a stoppered pot needs a note, he adds only a few tiny faded marks, small dashes and dots like the tallies a man keeps to remember what is where. They are not sentences, only reminders, the shorthand of a working shelf. A full recipe belongs to the roll, where it can be read and copied. The jar wants nothing more than a hint, a scratch to tell one pale pot from its neighbor when the light is low and the hand is reaching without the eye. He sets the pen down in the well and lets the ink on the sheet dry in its own time. Nothing about the recipe is hurried into use. The words will sit and set, black and red, the heading found easily, the measures marked, the making named, the 4 mornings written at the end. This is the shape the tradition gave him, and the shape he gives back, entry after entry, evening after evening. A craft written down long before him, kept in a book already old, and carried forward one steady line at a time by a hand that does not overreach. The roll is loosely gathered again and left within reach, not rolled all the way shut. So the evening's entry stays open a while longer. The pen rests. The palette rests, its 2 wells gleaming faintly, black and red. Beyond the low table, the shelves hold their pale jars in order, each with its small tally, each waiting. The examining and the writing and the mixing have all come to the same still point. Look and touch and judge and pour and write and let it dry. The work is quiet. The work is done. The house settles a little lower into the dark. By now the room has settled into the slow part of the evening, and it is worth remembering who all this quiet work is for. Not a crowd. A handful of ordinary people in an ordinary week. The village outside kept the same kind of ledger you keep on your shelf here. Along the western hills, in the settlement they called the place of truth, A scribe would sit each morning and mark down who had come to work and who had not. Beside a name that was missing, he wrote the reason. Some of those reasons were kept on flakes of pale limestone for a very long time. The reasons were plain, and most of them were small. A man was ill, and that was the most common note of all, written again and again over the years. Another was suffering with his eyes. One had been bitten by a scorpion. Another stayed home to tend a sick wife or a sick daughter. There is nothing here to alarm you. These are the ordinary snags of a working life, the kind that keep a person by the door for a morning and then let them go. The scribe often reached for the red ink when he wrote the reason, so the eye could find it quickly down the column. One long record from the village survives almost whole, a roster kept over the better part of a year, listing some 40 men and the days they missed. Read down it and you meet the same soft troubles over and over. An eye that would not clear, a sting from something in the grain store, a wife who needed watching. Now and then a man was simply away celebrating with his God, or brewing beer, or strengthening the door of his house. The work of the tomb cutters could wait a morning. Life, in its slow, ordinary way, came first. The village had its own physician, its own swnw, and he was one of the workmen himself. He was not a stranger who arrived and left. He lived among them, cut stone like the rest when he was well, and turned to remedies when he was needed. He had an assistant, and on the days he prepared medicine or sat with the sick, he was let off his own labor to do it. The state made up the difference in his rations, a little extra grain, a little extra bread, so the day was not lost to him. It is easy to make more of this than it was. This was not some grand institution, no great scheme of care spanning the land. It was a small kindness inside a small community, a day of rations covered so a sick man could be looked after and a healer could do his work without going hungry for it. That is all. But it is a quiet thing to sit with tonight, that even then, even here, a village found a way to hold its sick and its healers a little more gently than the day would otherwise allow. The remedies for these people were the plain ones already on your shelf. For an eye that would not clear, honey and a little ochre, and a touch of the ground eye paint. For a rash on the skin, acacia leaf worked into beeswax, laid on and left. For the worm, the datestone remedy, cooked down in sweet beer, strained warm, taken across 4 mornings. Nothing exotic, nothing hidden. The same measured work you have watched all evening, carried down the lane to a low bed in someone else's house. And often, before the remedy, someone in the village would ask a different kind of question. Not what is wrong, but who is behind it. There was a woman they called the one who knows, Tareket, and people went to her when trouble had no visible cause. She would name the god or the spirit at the root of it, so the matter could be met the right way. This was not superstition set against the physician's craft. To them, the two were one cloth. A thing had a cause you could see and a cause you could not, and both were to be answered. The physician knew this too, and he was not the only kind of healer who shared the old written traditions. Alongside the swnw stood a priest of Sekhmet, the lion-headed goddess who could both send an illness and lift it away. His task was to keep her calm, to soothe what seemed to come without cause, to draw a bone back into its place. He read from the same inherited manuscripts the physician read. Treatment, prescription, and spoken word were reached for together, 3 tools of one trade. Over all of it stood Thoth, the ibis-headed one, scribe of the gods, keeper of writing, and of knowledge, and of healing itself. The recipes turned to him. In the best-known telling of the old story, when the young god Horus lost the sight of his eye, it was Thoth who made the eye whole again. That made the eye a sign of healing and of things restored, and its shape found its way onto small amulets, worn against the skin, hoped over. To write a remedy at all was to work a little in Thoth's own line of craft. This is why the word and the medicine were never truly separate. There was a force the Egyptians called Heka, the ordering power that held things in their proper shape, and to their mind a spoken phrase and a measured drug were two channels of the same current. When the physician ground his herbs, he might also say the words that belonged to them. The remedy comes, one such phrase runs, that which drives out the trouble from my body, from these my limbs. The saying was not decoration laid over the dose, it was part of the dose. And so the small protective things belonged to the same evening as the mortar and the measuring cup. On a cord around a wrist, the eye of healing. In a niche by the sleeping place, the squat and kindly figure of a household guardian, watcher over sleep and over the doorway. For a woman near her time, the shape of the pregnant hippopotamus goddess, keeper of mothers and children. These were not clutched in fear. They sat in the ordinary furniture of the house, the way a familiar object sits, quietly there whether or not you looked at it. Think of them less as charms against a dark, and more as small companions in a long night. The house that had a sick child in it that week set the pregnant goddess near the bed and slept a little easier for the sight of her. The household that feared nothing in particular still kept the guardian in his niche, the way you might keep a lamp burning low in a hall. Comfort does not always need a crisis to answer. Sometimes it is only the shape of something watchful, sitting where you can see it when you wake. Back in the workroom, the physician has drawn the day's needs together in his mind. The eye that troubled the man 3 houses over, the rash on a child's arm, the worm that a mother spoke of in the lane. Each has its remedy, and each remedy has its measure. Honey by the small cup, the drug by a mouthful, beer by the jug. He does not hurry through them. He lets each one settle in turn, the way you settle a thought before you set it aside for the night. Outside, the lane has gone quiet. The sounds of the settlement thin out one by one, a door drawn shut, a last word between neighbors, the small clatter of a bowl set down for the night. Somewhere a mother settles a restless child, and the house around her lowers its voice to match. The hills beyond the village hold their long silence, the silence people gave a name to and thought of almost as a presence, the one who loves silence, keeping watch over the peak. Little by little, the whole place folds towards sleep. In the workroom, the light has stopped moving so much. The physician sets the last jar back where it belongs, its linen stopper pressed down, its little dried mud seal firm. The mortar is wiped clean and cool. The measuring cup stands empty and ready. There is nothing left tonight that needs deciding, no reason yet to reach for the reed pen again. The day's small troubles have each been given their answer, or set aside honestly for the morning, which is its own kind of answer. The house has gone as quiet as the hills now. The jars keep their places on the shelf. The guardian keeps his niche. The measure of grain that will pay for tomorrow's care sits covered in its bowl. All the small human business of the day, the missing men and their plain reasons, the eye and the sting and the sick child, the God named and the drug ground and the word said over it, has come to rest. Nothing is unfinished that need not wait. The lamp burns low and even, and the evening lets itself down, gently, toward the long, still middle of the night. The grinding is done for the night. You set the pestle down in the mortar and leave it there, the way it likes to rest, its rounded belly settled in the bowl. There is nothing left to crush. Along the low bench, the small jars stand in their order, some full again, some emptied and set aside to be filled another day. The room has gone quiet in the way a room does when the work inside it has finished. What is left now is not more labor but the putting away of it, the slow closing of each small thing, so that when morning comes it will find the whole evening waiting for it, measured and dry and in its place. You reach first for the small squares of linen you cut earlier, thin and pale and a little frayed at the edges. Each one is for a single dose. You lay them out on the bench, a row of little pale sheets, and beside them the shallow measure, the small cup that holds a mouthful and not much more. This is the mouthful the old books call a row, the modest measure, the one a hand knows before the eye does. You do not need to count grains tonight. You need only to fill the cup once for each linen square, and fold it and set it aside, and let tomorrow's mornings take them one by one. The first dose is for the man with the worm, the one who came at midday walking carefully. His remedy is the worm cure you cooked down earlier, and the ground portion of it stands ready in its jar. You tip a single mouthful into the cup, level it with a fingertip, and turn it out onto a waiting square of linen. The powder settles, fine and dry, a small pale heap on the pale cloth. You draw the four corners up and knot them close, and the dose becomes a little bundle no bigger than a fig. One morning of the four is now folded, hours before that morning comes. You make the second, and the third, and the fourth the same way, one for each morning he will need. The gesture repeats and grows easy. Cup, level, turn out, gather, knot. Four little bundles stand in a row now, alike as brothers, each holding the same measured mouthful, each waiting for its own dawn. You lay them together on a small linen drawstring bag so they will not roll, and you write nothing on them, because you will know them, and because the man will take one each morning and drink it over 4 days, the same slow work each time, until the last knot is untied and the worm has lost its hold. There is one more dose still to set out for the night, the eye remedy for the child brought in blinking against the light. Honey, a little yellow ochre, a pinch of the black eye paint ground down to a soft dark dust. You do not fold this one dry. You work it in a shallow bowl with the back of a small stone, a spoonful of honey drawn up thick and slow off the pot, the ochre going gold into it, the dark powder going through in fine threads until the whole is one smooth measure. It is a small thing, the size of a thumbnail's worth, bittersweet on the air. You cover the bowl with a scrap of linen and set it where it will keep. With the doses set, you turn to the writing. The scribal palette lies where it always lies, a narrow board of dark wood with its 2 round wells, black in one and red in the other, worn smooth at the edges by years of the same hand. The reed stem is cut square at the end and darkened where it drinks the ink. A fresh sheet of papyrus waits, pale and faintly ribbed, cut small, only enough for what the morning household will need to remember. You are a physician, but you are also a scribe, and the two have always been one man in this room. The remedy and the record are made by the same evening. You wet the reed against the black and begin. The strokes come small and cursive, the everyday hand running along the sheet without weight. For each remedy you set down its title first, then the measure, then the making, then the taking. When you reach the words that tell how long, you dip the reed instead into the red, the way the old books do, so the eye will find the important measure without searching. To be drunk over 4 days, you write, in red, the same phrase the tradition has written 1,000 times before you. The red dries a shade darker than it looked when wet. You set the reed across the palette and leave the sheet flat to dry, out of the draft, where no one will brush it. The ink will set in the time it takes to put the room to bed. There is a plainness to this that pleases you. Tomorrow the household will not need to ask you anything, will not need to wake you to remember a measure. The sheet will say what to give and how much, and for how many mornings, in black and red, in the same hand it has always been. The knowledge does not sit in you alone tonight. It has been laid down, dry and clean on the papyrus, ready to be read by lamplight before you are even awake. Now you carry each thing back to its shelf. This is the part of the night you like best, the returning of things to where they belong. The honey pot goes to the low ledge with the beer jug and the shallow bowl of milk, all three within a hand's reach of the bench for the morning. The little bundles of doses go into their drawstring bag, and the bag onto the shelf beside the papyrus rolls. Each jar you close finds the place it has always kept, and you know each place in the dark, so that even were the light to fail, you could set your hand on any remedy and be right. The bundles of dried herbs still hang from the ceiling beam where they have hung all evening, giving back the day's warmth in their smell, cumin and coriander, and the resinous ones, frankincense and myrrh among them. You do not take them down. They are drying on their own time, and they ask nothing of you tonight. You only pass a hand beneath them once, the way you always do, and a little of the dust of them comes loose and falls, and the smell deepens for a breath and settles again. Everything that should be dry is dry. Everything that should be sealed is sealed. The shelves are full and the bench is bare. You wipe the mortar clean with a cloth and leave it dry, so nothing sours in it overnight. You gather the frayed edges of linen you did not use and fold them back into their store. The small balance of dark wood, its 2 pans on their plated cords, you leave as it hangs, its polished stone weights beside it in their little dish, because there is nothing more to weigh tonight. One by one the tools go still. Each has done its measure of the day's work, and each is put beyond needing until light comes. There is a rightness in a bench swept clean, in a shelf whose every jar is stopped and set, that asks the body to slow down and match it. You stand a moment in the middle of the room and look it over, the way you always do before the light goes down. The doses folded and waiting in their bag, the sheet drying flat with its black lines and its red measure. The pots on their shelves, each where the hand knows to find it. But you do not linger over the reckoning of it now. The making part of the evening is behind you, and what lies ahead is a different, slower thing. Beyond the doorway, a patient sleeps under a linen sheet, and the long hours between now and morning belong not to the bench, but to the watch, to the plain work of staying near while the town outside goes dark and still. You cross to the shallow saucer of oil where the twisted linen wick has burned low and even all evening, its small flame steady, the oil in the dish gone down to a thin bright film. You will let it burn a while yet, low as it is, because a house with someone resting in it keeps one small light awake. You trim nothing, you add nothing. You only draw the wick a little to one side so it will not gutter, and the flame leans and holds, and the shelves and the bench and the folded doses all settle into the same soft near-dark, half-seen, wholly in their places. Beyond the doorway, the rest of the house has already gone quiet. The last small sounds of the evening have thinned to almost nothing, a jar set down somewhere, a child turning in sleep, the settling of mud walls giving back the day's warmth to the cool. The town has laid itself down. In the near room, a patient sleeps under a linen sheet, and the low, even breathing of that sleep reaches you faintly, no more urgent than the flame. From here on, the work is only watching, and watching is a soft thing, asking of you no measure and no reckoning, only that you stay near and let the hours pass. So you draw the low stool near the small flame and sit, and the night watch of the house begins. The making is behind you, and the weighing, and the writing. What remains of the dark is not labor but keeping. You will sit here in the low light, and listen to the slow breathing of the sleeper in the near room, and feed the wick when it leans, and let the hours pass one after another the way the river passes, without hurry and without your steering them. The lamp will sit low. The night has its own slow watch now, and you have only to keep it, near and quiet, until the gray comes to the doorway. The house has gone quiet around you, and now there is only the one small room and the one small light. Earlier the doses were measured and the recipe written and left to dry, and all of that belongs to the day. This belongs to the night. You have carried the shallow clay saucer of oil in from the workshop and set it on a low ledge near the bed, where the twisted linen wick holds a flame no wider than a fingertip. The oil is castor oil, the same kiki you would give as a mild purge, put here instead to burning slow. Across the room, at a careful distance, a figure lies under a linen sheet on a low wooden bed, mostly in shadow, breathing in the long, even way of someone finally at rest. You do not lean over that figure. You do not study a face. The night watch of a physician is not a matter of hovering. It is a matter of sitting near, keeping the light fed, and letting the hours pass in order. So you settle onto a low stool where the wall still holds a little of the day's warmth, fold your hands, and begin the plain work of waiting well. The old book that you copy from has a way of teaching a physician how to watch, and its way is patient. It says, "If thou examinest a man," and then it goes on slowly, one plain instruction at a time. "Look first, then place the hand, then judge, and only then decide what may be done." The book you keep for this kind of night is a treatise on injuries of the body, copied long ago from a text far older still, older by perhaps 1,000 years or more before the roll you own. You do not need it open beside you now. Its order has worn a groove in your habit, the way a path worn across a courtyard is followed even in the dark. So you begin at the beginning of that order, which is simply to look. From where you sit, you can see the rise and fall of the sheet, the slow tide of the breath, and you count nothing, you only notice. Whether the breath is easy or labored, whether it catches, whether the sleeper stirs and settles or lies too still. This looking asks nothing of the sleeper and disturbs nothing. It is the first thing the book asks of you, and the easiest, and you give it the whole of your attention. After a long while you rise, because the flame has begun to lean. The little tongue of light that was standing straight has started to gutter and pull to one side, and the pool it throws across the floor has narrowed. This is the first task of the watch, and it will return many times before morning, so you learn to do it without hurry and without thought of it as an interruption. You lift the twisted linen wick a small amount with the tip of a reed, drawing a little more of it up out of the oil so a fresh length can catch. You settle it back into the shallow saucer. You wait for the flame to find its footing again, and it does, standing taller, steadier, spreading the pool of light a little wider across the mud floor. The room comes back. The far corner where the sleeper lies stays shadowed, as you want it, but the middle ground steadies into warm amber again. Tending a light is one of the quietest kinds of work there is. It gives the hands something plain to do while the mind stays near the breathing across the room, and it asks only that you notice, in time, when the light needs you. There is a moment in the watch when looking is no longer enough, and the book knows this too, and moves you gently to the next plain step, which is to place the hand. Not to press, not to probe, only to lay the fingers where the body speaks quietly through the skin. You cross the room without haste and rest the back of your hand, and then the tips of your fingers, in the ways you were taught. It is the same line you copied at the bench earlier, worn smooth in your habit now, that the heart may be felt at the throat, at the wrists, at the feet, at any place where the flow runs close beneath the skin. You do not need the roll open to know it. You lay 2 fingers at the wrist and let the beat come up to them out of the dark. You do not count against any measure. You feel only whether the flow is steady or thin or hurried, and you keep the finding to yourself, and you take your hand away. You return to your stool and let the finding sit with you, unhurried. You keep near you, on nights like this one, the 3 sentences the book gives a physician once he has looked and touched and judged, the 3 plain verdicts you set down at the bench earlier in the evening, one to treat, one to contend with, one to leave alone. You do not repeat them over in your head now. You only rest, tonight, in the first of them. This is a thing you can treat, and the treatment is largely this: to keep the room quiet and warm and the doses ready for morning, and the watch faithfully kept. It is a small thing to be able to say, and it is a great deal. You do not need the second sentence tonight, nor the third, but you keep all 3 near, because a physician who cannot say the third has not learned the first 2 honestly, and the one who wrote the book understood that. The house has its own sounds at this hour, and you come to know them the way you know the order of the book. Somewhere beyond the wall a sleeper turns and the reed mat sighs. A dog settles in a courtyard 2 doors down and is quiet. The mud brick, warmed all day by the sun, gives back its heat now in the smallest of tickings as it cools, a sound you would never hear by daylight. These are the sounds of a household that has laid its work down and gone to sleep, wife and children and the rest of them, everyone at rest but you and the sleeper you sit beside. There is nothing to be done about any of these sounds, and nothing that should be done. They are the ordinary music of a house at night, and a watch kept well lets them pass without alarm. You have learned that a physician who startles at every settling timber is no use to anyone by dawn, so you let the house breathe around you. You let the small tickings and sighings come and go, and underneath all of them, if you keep still, you can still hear the one breath that matters, even and slow across the darkened room. The oil in the saucer sinks slowly, and you know its rate the way a boatman knows his river. When the level drops to a certain worn mark on the inside of the clay, the flame will begin to want more, and you would rather add before it does than scramble after. So you keep a small stoppered jar of oil at your foot, its mouth closed with linen and dried mud. And when the time comes, you draw the stopper and pour a thin, steady thread into the saucer, tilting the jar low so the sound is almost nothing. The fresh oil rises around the base of the wick. The flame, which had begun to shrink, sits back down into a fuller pool and burns easier for it. You press the stopper back into the jar and set it down again at your foot. This is the arithmetic of the whole night, oil against hours, and there is a plain satisfaction in keeping ahead of it. A light that never gutters, that never gives the sleeper a stutter of darkness, is a light tended by someone paying attention. You wipe a thread of oil from the rim with a twist of linen and settle back to your watch. The book taught you to look and to touch and to judge, but it taught you one more thing that is harder than all of these, which is honesty about the edge of what you can do. It does not flinch from the third sentence, the plain admission that here is a thing beyond mending, and it sets that verdict down as steadily as the others, without shame and without pretending. You have come to think of that honesty as the strongest thing in the whole role. It is easy to offer a remedy for everything. It is harder and truer to know the difference between what you may mend, what you may struggle against, and what you must simply keep watch beside. Tonight is not one of the hard nights. Tonight the judgment is kind. But you carry the third sentence into every watch you keep, because it is the thing that keeps the first two honest, and a physician without it is only a man making promises in the dark. The one who wrote the book knew that. That is why you copy it. You cross the room again, quietly, and lay your fingers once more, this time at the 2 feet, because the book names those places too, the head, the 2 hands, the wrist, the 2 feet, as if to say the heart may be listened for at any of them. The book's understanding is simple and holds together. The vessels, the metu, run everywhere, from the heart out to the farthest reach of the body, and so a beat felt at the ankle is the same heart speaking as the beat felt at the wrist. You rest your fingers there a while and let the slow, steady flow tell you what it will. It is even. It is unhurried. It matches the tide of the breath you have been watching all evening, and the two together, breath and flow, agree with each other, and that agreement is what you were listening for. You take your hand away and draw the sheet a little straighter where it had slipped, a small, gentle thing, then return to your stool. The book does not tell you to straighten the sheet, but a night watch is made of the small kindnesses that fall in the spaces between its instructions, and you have kept enough of them to know they belong. Some hours in the middle of the night have no name and no landmark, and they pass most slowly of all. There is no window to show the sky moving, only the flame, and the flame does not tell time so much as ask to be kept. You sit with the plainness of it. You have learned not to fight the slowness, but to sink into it, to let one long minute follow another without wishing them faster, because wishing them faster is how a watcher grows tired and careless. So you rest your eyes on the middle ground where the light is warmest, and you let your thoughts go quiet, and you keep the one part of you that listens turned toward the breathing across the room. There is a discipline in doing very little well. A field lies fallow. A jar of dew sits out waiting for the morning to be squeezed from it. A dose steeps overnight and cannot be hurried. Much of your craft is like this. A matter of leaving the right things alone for the right length of time. The night watch is the same. You are not idle. You are attending, which is a fuller kind of stillness, and the hours, unhurried, go by. The wick has burned down and curled at its tip, and the flame has taken on a small, unsteady shudder, so you rise to trim it. You pinch away the spent, blackened end of the twisted linen with a wet fingertip, quenching the char so no ember drops, and you draw a fresh, clean length up from the oil to take the flame. For a breath the light dips, and the far corner deepens, and then the fresh wick catches and the room steadies and brightens again. Trimming a wick is the smallest of crafts and one of the oldest, older than any book, and you do it the way your hands were taught long before you ever read a line. The spent end you set on the rim of the saucer to cool. The flame stands straight now, clean and even, throwing its warm circle out across the floor, and it will burn better for a good while before it needs you again. You look once toward the bed, where the sheet rises and falls in the old slow rhythm, undisturbed by any of this small tending, and you sit back down. The light is honest again. So is the watch. On the low ledge within reach you have set the few things a watch might call for, and it is a short list, arranged so your hand can find each in the dark. A small pot of honey, thick and dark, in case the mouth grows dry and needs a little sweetness on the tongue. A shallow bowl of milk. A stoppered jar or two of a mild draught already measured and left steeping, needing only to be strained through a twist of clean linen when the time comes. You do not reach for any of them now. You only take a quiet accounting of them, the way you took stock of the whole shelf earlier in the workshop, letting the eye pass over each in turn and confirm it is where it should be. There is a calm in a small ordered set of things laid ready, each in its place. None of it wanted yet, all of it within a hand's reach if it is. A watch is not only sitting and listening, it is also having thought ahead, so that whatever the night asks, the answer is already close, already measured, already clean. You let your hand rest a moment near the honey pot, then draw it back. The old surgical book keeps its teaching in a plain and repeating shape, and in the long middle of the night that shape is a comfort to walk through in the mind. Every case opens the same way, with the same steady words, if thou examinest a man having such a thing, and then it moves through the same 4 steps, always in the same order. The title of the trouble. The examination, what the hand and eye find. The verdict, one of the 3 plain sentences. And then, if a treatment is allowed, the treatment itself, quiet and practical, honey and lint and a bandage and the passing of days. The sameness is the point. A book built this way can be trusted in the dark, because a physician tired at the edge of morning does not have to remember what comes next, only to follow the groove that is already there. You have walked its cases so many times that the order runs on its own now. Look, touch, judge, treat, look, touch, judge, treat, like the rise and fall of the breath across the room. The book made calm out of repetition, so does the watch. So, you have found, does much of a life kept steadily at one honest craft. You get up to move a little, because a watcher who sits too long grows stiff and slow, and cross to the doorway of the room where the darkness of the rest of the house begins. You do not go through. You only stand at the threshold a moment, and let the cooler air of the outer rooms reach you, and listen to the whole sleeping house at once, all of its small settling sounds gathered together into one low hush. Beyond the outer wall, the town itself is quiet, its work laid down, its lamps out, only a dog somewhere and the wind moving over the flat roofs. Everyone you are responsible for is either asleep or is the one you are watching, and there is a plain weight to that, and a plain steadiness in carrying it well. You breathe the cool air once, twice, letting it clear the warm heaviness of the lit room from your head, then turn back. The little flame is where you left it, standing straight. The sheet rises and falls. You return to your stool by the light, refreshed by the small walk, and take up the watch again exactly where you set it down. You lay the hand again, and this is the plain rhythm the night settles into, a return every so often to the wrist or the ankle, a quiet listening, and then a withdrawal back to the stool. You are careful never to make it a fuss. The sleeper should barely know you are there, and the best watch is one the watched person sleeps through entirely. So the touch is light and brief and gone before it can wake anyone, and what it tells you, you keep. The book's understanding steadies you each time. The heart is measured in every vessel of every member, so you do not need to disturb the chest or the rest of the sleeper to know how things stand. Only to rest 2 fingers where the flow runs close beneath the skin. Even, steady, in agreement with the breath. You have felt hurried flows on other nights, and thin ones, and ones that stumbled, and you know the difference in your fingertips, the way you know a good grind of a powder by its feel. Tonight the fingers report nothing that troubles them. You take your hand away and draw the sheet straight again where it has crept, and sit, and the flow of the night goes on as evenly as the flow beneath your fingers. The honey pot on the ledge draws your eye, and you think in the drifting way the mind moves late at night of why it is there and not some other thing. Honey goes into almost everything you make, the base of the dressings and the sweetener that carries a bitter powder down, and here on the watch ledge it serves a plainer turn still. Laid on a hurt, it keeps the hurt clean. In the mouth of someone weak, it is a small, easy strength that asks nothing of the body to take it. So it sits within reach not as a treatment tonight, but as a plain comfort, a spoonful of sweetness for a dry mouth if the sleeper should wake and want it. You do not disturb it. You only let the thought of it settle you, the way a well-stocked shelf settles a physician, the knowledge that the ordinary strong things are near. The flame steadies, the breath rises and falls, and the honey waits in its dark pot, thick and patient, wanting nothing, ready if it is wanted, which tonight it may not be. There comes the deepest hour, when even the settling sounds of the house have gone quiet, and the night is as still as it will be. The mud brick has given back nearly all its warmth and cooled. No sleeper turns, no dog stirs. There is only the small, steady sound of the flame, which is barely a sound at all, and beneath it the breath across the room, even, slow, unbroken. In this deepest stillness, the watch is at its plainest and its truest. There is nothing to do but be present, awake, attending, one quiet mind holding the room together while everyone in it sleeps. You have kept enough of these hours to know they are not empty. They only look empty. They are the hours when a physician's whole worth is in simply being there, alert to the one thing that matters, ready if the night should turn, which most nights it does not. You feed the flame a little more oil, unhurried, keeping ahead of it as you have all night. You settle, and you let the deepest hour carry you, without resistance, toward the far edge where it will begin, very slowly, to give way. You take up the small jar of the draught that has been steeping on the ledge, because there is a plain, slow task you can do in this hour that will have the morning dose ready. It has sat through the night the way certain preparations are meant to, left overnight for the dew and the cool to work in it, and now it is time to strain it clear. You lay a twist of clean linen over the mouth of a second small bowl and tip the jar slowly, letting the liquid pass through the cloth and leave the spent solids behind. The linen catches the fibers and the grit, and what runs through into the bowl is clean and even. You do not hurry the pour. A slow pour strains better than a fast one, and there is nothing in this hour to hurry for. When the jar is empty, you gather the corners of the linen and press the last of the liquid gently through, and set the spent cloth aside. The morning draft is ready now, clean and measured, needing only to be given when the light comes. You cover the bowl with a clean cloth against the dust and set it back in its place. One more thing prepared, one less thing the morning will have to wait for. You lay the hand once more, and this time you let it rest a little longer, listening with more care, because the deepest hour is the one where a change, if it were coming, would most likely show. But there is no change. The flow beneath your fingers is the same even flow it was at the first hour, and the breath is the same slow tide, and the two still agree with each other, and that steadiness held across so many hours is its own kind of good news. A watch is largely the keeping of a thing that does not change, and the quiet gladness of a physician is often exactly this, that nothing has happened, that the night has been uneventful, that the judgment made at the start, an ailment which I will treat, has held true straight through to the far side of the dark. You take your hand away slowly. You do not wake the sleeper, who has not stirred through any of it, and that too is what you wanted, a night slept whole. You draw the sheets straight a last time in this hour. Then you return to your stool, and you carry the good even finding back with you into the stillness, and you sit with it, quietly glad. The flame wants tending again, and you go to it, and this time as you draw the wick up and settle the light you notice the oil is running low in the small jar at your foot, and you weigh whether there is enough to see the night out. You judge that there is, barely, if you keep the flame modest and do not let it burn high. So you set the wick to give a smaller, steadier light, enough to hold the room and no more, and you resolve to spend the last of the oil carefully across the hours still to come. This too is part of a watch kept well, the plain arithmetic of oil against darkness, spending what you have so it lasts exactly as long as you need it. You pour a measured thread into the saucer, less than before, and stopper the jar and set it back, lighter in your hand now. The modest flame settles and holds. The room draws in a little closer around its smaller circle of light, and that closeness is not unwelcome in the late hour, a smaller warmth for a thinner part of the night. You sit. The breath rises and falls. The light holds. In the small hours, a physician's mind wanders, gently, and yours goes to the long line of others who have kept nights like this one, back and back, further than the memory of anyone living. The book you copy from was old when it came to you, copied from a book older still, from a hand that had watched by lamplight in a room much like this one 1,000 years before you were born, or more. And that hand had learned from another before it. The watch you are keeping tonight is not yours alone. It is a plain human thing handed down the length of the craft, the sitting up beside another person in the dark, the feeding of a light, the laying on of a quiet hand, the honest judging of what can and cannot be helped. You are only the latest to keep it, and after you there will be others, and the book will be copied again, and the shape of the night will hold. There is a steadiness in that thought that settles you better than any draft could. You are not alone in this room, late as it is. You are the near end of a very long, very quiet line of people who chose to sit up and watch. You feed the flame, and you keep your place in the line. The deepest hour loosens its hold, very slowly, the way it always does, and you feel it before you can name how. Nothing in the room changes, but the quality of the darkness beyond the doorway begins, so faintly you might be imagining it, to thin. The night is not over, not nearly, but it has turned some invisible corner and started the long walk back toward morning, and a watcher who has kept enough nights learns to feel that turn in the body before the eye can confirm it. You do not stir yet. You only note it, the way you note everything on a watch, quietly, without acting. The breath across the room is still even. The flow, when you laid your hand on it a while ago, was still steady. The little modest flame is still holding on the last of the oil. All the things you have been keeping are still kept, and now they only have to be kept a while longer, through the thinning dark toward the first gray light. You settle deeper on the stool. The hardest part of the night, the long, featureless middle, is behind you, and the knowledge of that is a small, quiet relief, held close and not yet spoken even to yourself. You lay the hand a final time in the dark, before the light comes, wanting to carry a clean last finding across into the morning. The wrist first, then, because you have the habit of it, the ankle, letting the fingers rest and listen at each. The flow is even. It has been even all night, from the first hour to this one, never hurried, never thin, never stumbling. And to have felt that same steady flow hold across the whole length of the dark is the plainest and best thing a night watch can give you. The breath agrees, slow and full and unbroken. The sleeper has slept whole, through every hour, through every small tending of the light, undisturbed by any of it, which is exactly the night you hope to keep. You take your hand away for the last time before dawn. You will not need to lay it again until the light is up and the morning draft is given. The judgment you made at the start has held true all the way through. An ailment which I will treat, and the treatment was mostly this: the quiet keeping of a room through a long night, and it has been enough. You straighten the sheet, and you sit, and you wait now only for the light. The last of the oil is nearly gone, and you let the flame burn down now rather than feed it, because the dark beyond the doorway is thinning steadily, and the little light will not be needed much longer. You watch it grow modest, then small, a low and honest flame that has done its whole night's work and is coming quietly to the end of it. There is no waste in letting it burn out just as the light comes to replace it. Only a plain good fit between the two, the made light handing the room over to the coming one. The room, which has been held all night in the small, warm circle of the saucer, begins to fill instead with the barest gray from the doorway, a light without warmth yet thin and even and cool, that finds the edges of things the flame never reached. You can see the shelves now faintly, and the ledge, and the shape of the bed. The night has nearly finished handing itself over. You sit between the two lights, the last of the warm one and the first of the cold one, in the plain quiet of a watch very nearly done, and you let them cross without hurrying either. The flame goes out on its own, without a sound, having nothing left to burn, and you do not relight it, because the gray light through the doorway is enough now to see by. A thin thread of smoke rises from the spent wick and leans and is gone. The room is fully in the cool, early light, every shelf and jar and ledge visible again in the plain, colorless way of the hour before the sun, and the little clay saucer sits empty and quiet, its long night's work finished. You have kept the watch straight through, from the first small tending of the light to this last thread of smoke, and the sleeper has slept whole across the whole of it, and the morning draft stands strained and ready on the ledge for when the sleeper wakes. There is nothing left the night requires of you. The judgment held. The flow stayed even, the breath never broke. A quiet night, an uneventful night, which in this craft is very nearly the best kind of night there is. You sit a while longer in the gray stillness, in no hurry to move, letting the watch end as gently as it was kept, the long dark behind you and the ordinary day not yet quite begun. The house is still asleep, all but you, and the light that fills the room now is the plain gray light of a day not yet risen, and the watch is over. You do not wake the sleeper. There is no need. The breath is even. The draft is ready. The night is safely crossed, and the sleeper can be left to sleep on into the morning, which is the kindest thing the watch can end with. You gather the few things quietly, the spent wick, the empty oil jar, the twist of used linen, and set them where they belong, moving softly so as not to disturb the whole. The old book you leave closed on its ledge, its plain teaching kept once more, its order carried through another night without fail. You take one last quiet accounting of the room, the sheeted figure at rest, the covered bowl of the morning draft, the jars back on their shelves, the empty saucer cool and clean. Everything is where it should be. Everything has been kept. And so you let the last of the night settle into the first of the day. Unhurried, the room quiet, the sleeper breathing slow and even, the long watch done and asking nothing more of you than to have been kept well, which it has. The patient sleeps, and the house has gone quiet around you, and so you carry the little saucer of oil with its twisted linen wick toward the far wall of the workroom, where the store is kept. This is a different kind of task than mixing. Nothing is ground tonight, nothing measured into a cup for a mouth to take. Tonight you only count. Once in a season, perhaps a little more often when a long illness has drawn the shelves down, you walk the store from one end to the other and set eyes on every vessel, and you take a fresh sheet of papyrus and you write what you find. It is slow work, and it suits the hour. The light moves ahead of you along the low mud brick ledge and the wooden shelves above it, and the jars come out of the dark one by one as it passes, buff clay and red-brown clay, a few pieces of pale banded alabaster, each stoppered with linen and dried mud. You know most of them by their shape before the light even reaches them. You know which ones are heavy and which have gone light. But knowing is not the same as counting, and so you begin at the near corner, where the honey is kept, and you let the tally take the whole night if it must. You set the light down on the ledge beside the honey pot, and you lift it and feel its weight in both hands. Honey is the first thing you count, because it is the thing you can least afford to run short of. It goes into almost everything. It is the base of the wound dressings and the binder of the pastes and the sweetener that carries a bitter powder down a reluctant throat, and a store without honey is barely a store at all. This pot is a good pot, wide-mouthed and heavy, and when you tilt it a little, the honey inside moves slow and reluctant against the clay, and you can hear it more than see it, a thick, low shift. Half full, perhaps a little under. You had thought it fuller. The season of the swollen eyes drew more from it than you had marked. One small saucer of honey in ground green after another, day upon day. You set the pot back in its exact place, the place it has always kept, and on the fresh sheet you make the first entry, a short line of black, the sign for honey, and beside it a few small strokes for the measure that remains. 1 jar. Below full. It is a beginning. Next along the ledge stand the small jars of natron, and these you count differently, for natron does not spoil and does not thin, it only goes down. You keep it for the mouth, a pinch dissolved for a rinse when the gums are sore, a cleansing of the teeth, an early gargle. It comes dry from the desert flats to the west, gathered where the shallow lakes have withdrawn and left their white crust behind, and it needs no more preparing than a crush of the fingers to break the crust into grains. You lift the first jar, and it is nearly full, a good pale weight of it, and you set it down and lift the second, and the second is scarcely touched. You do not use much of it in a season. A little goes a long way. You mark it on the sheet, 2 jars, both sound, and you feel the small, quiet satisfaction of a thing that is not running low, a thing that will not send you out to trade or to beg a share from a neighbor before the flood turns. Some stores tend themselves. You let the light rest on the 2 pale jars a moment longer than the tally needs, because it is good to look at a shelf that is full. You move the light 1 pace along, and it finds the willow. This you keep as dried willow, the narrow leaves bundled and bound with a twist of linen, and the bundle has gone thin. You take it up, and it weighs almost nothing in your hand, a dry, light rustle of brittle leaf, and you know at once that this is one of the shelves that will send you out. Willow goes on to the hot and reddened wound, laid on to draw the heat out of it, and the season has asked much of it. You do not keep willow for aches or for fevers, whatever the villages sometimes believe of it. You keep it for the wound that has grown angry, and there have been more of those than you would like. The tree itself is no trouble to find. It grows along the canal banks and the wet margins where the water lingers, and a boy can be sent to cut a fresh length and dry the leaves on the roof in a day of good sun. You mark the willow low on the sheet with a small red stroke beside it, the color that means attend to this, and you move on, already thinking of the boy and the canal in the morning. The seeds are kept together in a cluster of small jars along the middle of the ledge, and you count them as a family because they come and go together. Cumin for the wind trapped in the belly, for the gripe and the cough. Coriander and dill for the same complaints of the stomach and the breath. Juniper berries, dark and wrinkled, kept whole until they are wanted. You lift each little jar in turn and judge it by its weight and by the sound the seeds make when you tilt it. A dry whisper against the clay that tells you more than looking would. The cumin is low. The coriander is fair. The dill has plenty. The juniper you have scarcely touched since the flood, for it is a slower medicine and asked for less often. These are garden things, most of them, or market things, easy to come by when the boats come up the river with the harvest, and you do not worry over them the way you worry over the willow. You mark each on the sheet in its own short line, and the little jars go back shoulder to shoulder in their row, each in the hollow its base has worn into the dried mud of the ledge over the years. Higher on the wooden shelf, where the light must climb to reach them, hang the bundles of dried herbs, tied at the stem and looped over pegs and over the ceiling beam so the air moves through them and keeps them from the damp. These you do not lift, for they cannot be weighed by the hand the way a jar can. You count them by eye, standing back a little and letting the light rise over them, and you tell the full bundle from the picked over one by how much stem shows bare below the leaves. Some hang thick and whole, barely touched since they were brought in and hung to dry. Others are stripped nearly to the string, a few brittle leaves clinging where your fingers pinched off the rest across the season. You reach up and turn one bundle on its peg to see the far side of it, and a faint dry scent comes down to you as it moves, dust and old summer. You note which bundles have gone thin and will want replacing when the plants come up again, and which will last, and you leave them hanging where they are. The high shelf keeps its own kind of tally, written in bare stems. The pomegranate you keep apart from the seeds, on its own small ledge, because it is a particular medicine for a particular trouble, and you like to know exactly where it is when it is wanted. It is the dried rind and the root bark, kept in a stoppered jar, and it is what you reach for when a child has the worm and the belly aches and the appetite fails. Steeped and given over the 4 mornings, it loosens the creature's hold and carries it out, and the mother is grateful and the child mends. And so you never let this jar run empty if you can help it. You lift it and it is better than half, which pleases you, for the pomegranate is not always easy to renew. The tree fruits in its own season and not before, and a good store of the rind must be laid by while it can be had and made to last through the rest of the year. You had the sense, last autumn, to dry and set aside more than you thought you would need, and now on this quiet night you are glad of that foresight. You mark its sound, and you set the jar back in its lonely place, and you go on. The acacia gum you count next, kept in a squat jar as hardened amber tears, some clear and some clouded, that you crush and dissolve when they are wanted. This is the astringent, the drawer together, the thing you reach for when a flux will not stop, or a rash weeps, or the worm must be met from another side. It keeps almost forever in this dry form, and so the jar you hold has served you a long while, and will serve you longer, and you find it still comfortably full. The acacia grows everywhere in the dry country beyond the fields, and its gum can be gathered where it bleeds from the wounded bark and hardens in the sun, so there is never any anxiety about renewing it. It is one of the patient stores, like the natron, a thing that asks nothing of you and is simply there when the need comes. You tilt the jar and the amber tears shift and click faintly against one another, a small dry sound, and you mark its sound on the sheet, and for a moment you simply hold the cool weight of it and are content that some shelves keep themselves. Along the lower ledge, set a little apart from the dry things, stand the sealed vessels of the castor oil, and these you check with a care you do not give the seeds. The oil is pressed from the beans of the kiki plant, and it serves you 2 ways, as a gentle loosener of a stopped belly, and as the fuel that keeps a light like the one in your hand burning through a long night. It is a liquid store, and a liquid store is a store that can be lost, so each vessel is stoppered close with linen and mud pressed down hard over the mouth to keep the air out and the oil sweet. You do not open them tonight. You lift each in turn to feel the fullness by its weight, and you look at the seal to see it whole and unbroken, and that is enough. One is full, one is broached and part gone, one you cannot quite judge and must remember to open by daylight. The kiki grows readily and the pressing is no great labor, so you do not fear a shortage, only spoilage, and against spoilage the good seal is your whole defense. You mark the vessels and press a thumb once more to the softest of the seals before you leave them. In a shallow bowl set back on the ledge, you keep the green, the malachite ground fine, and beside it in its own small jar the black, the galena you grind for the eyes, and these you count with particular attention because the season past has been hard on eyes. The dust that comes off the desert and the flies that gather at the corners of the lids leave many a villager blinking and sore, and so the green paste and the black have gone down faster than most. You dip a clean reed into the green, and it comes up shallow, the bowl nearly scraped to the clay at its center, worn down to a thin ring around the edge. The black is better, a good dark heap of the crushed mineral still. You keep these for the sore and running eye, laid at the lash with a rounded stick, a thing the people set great store by against the trouble of the eyes, and you would not like to be without them when the dust season comes round again. You mark the green low, a red stroke beside it, and the black you mark sound, and you think of where the green stone must be gotten, which is not from any garden or canal bank. The green stone puts you in mind of the far places, and you pause over the sheet a moment to think how each thing on these shelves has traveled to reach them. The green comes from the mines out east, in the dry hills between the river and the sea, brought back by the men who go out for it in the cool seasons and carried down to the market in small, hard lumps to be ground. That is a thing you must trade for. When the store runs low, giving a share of your own goods or your own labor for a measure of the ground green from a man who deals in such things. So too the frankincense and the myrrh that you keep for the throat, and the breath and the tabletop censer, dried gums that come up the long ways from the southern lands, precious enough that you keep them in the smallest jars and count each one closely. Some of what heals grows at your own door, and some must cross deserts and rivers to reach your shelf, and the counting of a store is also, quietly, a reckoning of the whole reach of the world that a small workroom draws upon. You dip the reed and write, and the far places settle back into their jars. You come to the carrying liquids now, the things that are not themselves the cure but the river the cure rides on, and the first of these is the beer, kept in a tall jug at the end of the lower ledge. Beer is the everyday vessel of a bitter powder, the dark, thick draught in which a ground medicine can be stirred and given over the 4 mornings, palatable enough that even a reluctant patient will take it down. The jug is low, and beer is a thing that does not keep, so a low jug is no great worry, only a note to draw a fresh measure from the household brewing before it is next wanted. Beside it sits the shallow bowl of milk, and milk keeps least of all and must be had fresh each time from a household that has it, so you do not truly store it. Only note that you will need it, and note too the particular formula that calls for the milk of a woman who has borne a son, which is asked for by name in the old book, and cannot be laid in on a shelf, but must be sought when the reason for it comes. You mark the beer to be drawn and the milk to be sought, and you leave the counting of them at that. The wax you keep in a squat covered jar, the beeswax that binds a salve and gives it body, that lets an ointment cling to skin instead of running off it, and you count it by lifting the lid and looking, for wax neither spoils nor spills and needs no closer reckoning than the eye. There is a good pale block of it, more than half the jar, and it will last a long season yet, for a little of it goes into each salve, and no salve calls for much. Beside it in another jar is the rendered animal fat, the goose fat mostly, the other base of the ointments, softer than the wax and quicker to go, and this you find lower, for the season of the wounds has drawn on the salves and the salves on the fat. The fat is a household thing, come by whenever a bird is dressed for the table, and the fat set aside and rendered clean. So you have only to ask at home for more of it and wait for the next good goose. You mark the wax full and the fat to be replenished, and you set both lids back snug, and the ointment shelf is counted. At the base of the store, tucked into the shadow beneath the lowest ledge, stand the larger sealed jars, the ones you do not open often, where the bulk of a thing is kept in reserve while a smaller working jar is drawn from above. This is how a careful store is kept, a little out where the hand can reach it, and much held back sealed against the day the little runs dry. You crouch with the light held low, and you look along the row of them, and each wears its stopper of linen and hard-pressed mud, and on the shoulder of each, low where you would look for it, are a few small faded marks in black, dashes and dots pressed on long ago, that tell you without opening what lies within, and roughly how much. You read them by the light, running a finger near but not on them, and you count the sealed reserve into your tally, for a store is not truly counted until you know what waits below as well as what stands above. Some of these jars have not been broached since the last flood. The marks on their shoulders are your memory made to keep, so that a busy season need never guess at what the deep shelf holds. The marks on the jar shoulders were made in the same hand and the same manner as the lines now growing down your fresh sheet, small strokes of black, a few of red where a thing must be watched. It is a plain way of writing, this tally, not the careful cursive of a proper prescription, but a quick shorthand of dashes and dots, and the small signs for the things themselves, enough to hold a number and a name and nothing more. You do not need beauty here. You need only that a mark made tonight will mean the same thing to you in 3 months, when the store has turned over and turned again, and your memory of this quiet night has thinned. So you keep the marks consistent, the same sign always for honey, the same for the green, the same small cluster of strokes for full and for half and for low, a private language of the shelf that you have used so long you no longer think of it as writing at all. The reed moves, the black dries, another line settles onto the sheet, and the store passes slowly out of the world of things you must hold in your head and into the world of things written down, where it can be safely forgotten until it is wanted. Partway down the sheet you stop and hold the reed still, and let your eye run back up the lines you have made, and you begin to sort them in your mind into the things that are well and the things that are wanting. It is a small pleasure of this work, the moment where scattered counting becomes a plan. The natron is well, the acacia is well, the wax and the juniper and the pomegranate are well, and these you may forget until they announce themselves empty. The willow is wanting, the fat is wanting, the beer wants drawing and the milk wants seeking, and the green wants getting from a man who deals in the eastern stone. You look at the red strokes standing among the black, few enough that the season has not gone badly, more than none so that there is work to do. This is the shape of a store, always, some shelves full and some drawn down, and the art is not in keeping everything full at once, which no one can, but in knowing at any hour which is which. You have that knowing now, written plain, and you feel the settledness of it. The store no longer a vague weight of worry but a list, and a list can be answered one line at a time. You take up the light again and carry it to the last stretch of shelf, where the smaller and rarer things are kept, the ones asked for seldom but wanted badly when they are wanted at all. Here is the ochre, the yellow and the red both, kept in tiny jars, a pinch of the one for a weakness, and a pinch of the other where there is bleeding to be stayed. Here is the dill and the caraway kept apart from the cooking seeds, because you use them as medicine and like to keep the two purposes from muddling. Here is the little bag of dates, dried hard, that you soften into a sweet binding paste or a mild loosener, and this you count by the give of the bag under your fingers, still comfortably full. Each of these is a small thing on its own, a jar the size of your fist or a bag you could close one hand around, and yet each has its exact place, and a store where the small things wander is a store where you will one day reach for the red ochre in the dark and find your hand closing on the yellow. So you count them close, and you set each back precisely where it belongs. The linen you count last among the goods, for it is not a medicine, but it is a thing you cannot heal without. The clean strips for the dressing and the fine tuft of lint that is laid into a wound to draw and to pack. It is kept folded in a covered basket to hold the dust off, and you lift the lid and look, and there is a good store of the strips still, torn and rolled and ready, and a lesser store of the lint, which goes fast in a season of wounds. Linen is the one thing on all these shelves you never truly run short of, for it is the cloth of every day, and a worn sheet past its use on a bed becomes, torn and boiled and dried, a store of bandage for the workroom. So the household itself renews this shelf without your asking, its old cloth flowing quietly down into your basket as it wears out above. Still you count it, for a wound will not wait on your going to fetch cloth, and the dressing must be there the moment it is wanted. You mark the strips well and the lint to be added to, and you close the basket, and only the tools of the store remain to be looked over. You turn the light back toward the middle of the workroom, to the low bench where the heavy dark stone mortar sits, with its smooth rounded pestle laid across it, and though these are not stores to be counted, still you look them over as part of the night's reckoning, for a tool worn out is as much a gap in your store as an empty jar. You run a thumb around the bowl of the mortar and find it sound, no crack starting in the stone, the inner face worn smooth and a little hollow by years of grinding but far from used up. The pestle sits well in the hand, its grinding end rounded true. Beside them the little balance hangs from its stand, the two small pans on their plated cords, the polished stone weights nested in their own small dish, and you count the weights to see that none has been mislaid, for a lost weight is a measure you can no longer trust. They are all there. The strainer of loose woven cloth hangs on its peg, whole and clean. The tools of the work are sound, and that soundness is its own quiet entry in the reckoning, the part of the store that does not run down so much as slowly wear, and must be watched all the same. With the goods counted and the tools looked over, you carry the light back along the whole length of the store and pass it slowly across the shelves once more. Not to count now, but to see, to take in the order of the thing whole. Every jar stands in its place. The honey at the near corner, the natron beside it, the seeds ranked in their row, the pomegranate alone on its ledge, the sealed reserve in the shadow below, the small rare things at the far end, each where it has always been and where your hand will know to find it without the eyes. This is the peace of a well-kept store, that it is not a heap but an order, that a thing put down in the right place is a thing found again in the dark, at speed, when a patient waits and there is no leisure to search. You did not build this order in a night. It grew as the work grew, each thing finding its place by use, the often wanted near and low where the hand falls easily, the seldom wanted high or deep or aside. Tonight you have only confirmed it, walked it and written it, and set right the one or two things that had drifted, and the shelves stand as they should. You set the light down and take up the sheet and read it through once from the top, and you find that the reckoning has quietly become a plan for the days ahead. A boy to the canal for a fresh strip of willow bark, to be laid on the roof to dry in the first good sun. A word at home for the next goose fat rendered clean, and for a worn sheet or two to be torn down into bandage and lint. A jug of beer to be drawn from the household brewing before it is next wanted. And when the market next fills, the harder errands, a measure of the ground green traded from the man who deals in the eastern stone, and the small precious gums renewed while they can be had. None of it is urgent tonight. That is the whole point of counting before the need comes. That a shortage seen early is only an errand, where a shortage found in the moment of wanting is a patient sent away or made to wait. You have turned a season's slow drawing down into a short list of quiet tasks, each of which can be answered in its own time, and the answering of them will keep the store whole into the seasons ahead. There is a comfort in this that goes beyond the plain use of it, and you let yourself feel it a moment before the sheet is rolled and put away. A store counted is a night's worry lifted. All through the busy season, the shelves sit at the back of the mind, a low unease, the half-known sense that something is running low and might not be there when the hand reaches for it, and that unease colors the work even when the work goes well. Tonight you have gone and looked, jar by jar, and turned the half-knowing into knowing, and the unease has nowhere left to live. You know exactly what you have and exactly what you lack, and knowing the lack, you no longer fear it, for a named thing can be gotten. This is why the counting is worth the hours it takes, worth the slow walk of the light along the shelves in the dead of the night while the house sleeps. Not for the list alone, though the list is good, but for the quiet that settles once the last jar is weighed and the last mark dries. The store is known. Nothing on these shelves can take you by surprise now, and a physician who cannot be surprised by his own shelves sleeps the better for it. Before you roll the sheet, you leave a little space at the foot of it, and you make a few last marks, not of what the store holds, but of where its lacks must be answered. A memory set down so the morning need not begin by remembering. The willow to the canal bank, the fat and the cloth to the household. The green and the gums to the market when it fills. You write them small and plain, in the same quick hand as the tally above, and you know that when you unroll this sheet next, it will tell you not only what you had on this night, but what you meant to do about what you lacked, and that is worth as much as the count itself. A store keeps two kinds of memory, the one on the shelf and the one on the sheet, and it is the sheet that carries a plan across the gap of sleep, that lets a thought had in the deep of the night survive into the working day when the night's clarity has faded. You dip the reed a last time and finish the final mark, and the ink darkens and begins to dry, and the record is whole. You wait for the last of the ink to set, for a rolled sheet with wet marks smears itself and makes a ruin of the night's careful count. And while you wait, you do a small last thing. You go back to the 1 or 2 jars that had drifted from their places over the season, and you set them true. A jar of the coriander had wandered a hand's breadth down the ledge, crowding the dill. A small pot had been set back facing wrong, its faded shoulder marks turned to the wall where you could not read them, and you turn it so the marks face out. These are tiny corrections, the work of a moment, and yet they matter more than their size. For the order of the store is only ever a hand's breadth from disorder, and it holds because someone, now and then, in a quiet hour, sets the drifted things back true. No one asked you to. No patient will ever know the coriander stood a hand's breadth off. But you will know it in the dark of some busy day to come, when your hand goes to where the coriander ought to be and finds it there, and the finding is the whole reward of this small, unwatched care. The ink is dry now, and you roll the sheet with care, gently, so the marks lie flat against one another and take no harm, and you tie it with a thin strip of linen and set it in its place among the other rolls where the records of the store are kept together. There it will wait, holding this night's count safe, until the next season turns and you come with the light to walk the shelves again and set a new sheet beside it. In time, these rolls make a kind of long memory of the store, a season laid against a season, and from them you can read how the year moves through the shelves, which things the dust season draws down and which the flood, when the eyes are sore and when the bellies, the slow tides of a small town's ailments written in the rising and falling of jars. But that is a reading for another night. Tonight the sheet is simply put away, the count is done, the store is known and ordered and provided for as far as this hour can provide, and the little rolls sit together in the dark like the quiet ledger of a life's careful work. You take up the little saucer of oil one last time and turn from the store, and the light draws back off the shelves as you go and lets them return to the dark, jar by jar, the honey and the natron, and the seeds and the sealed reserve sinking one after another into shadow behind you, each in its place, each known, each waiting. The store is counted and true. It will keep without you until morning. It is provided for as far as this hour can provide, and it will hold through the sleeping hours as it held before, asking nothing until the day comes and a hand reaches for it again. You carry the light back across the workroom toward the low bench and the quiet house beyond, and the small flame steadies as you walk, and the shelves stand ordered in the dark at your back. Somewhere in the house the patient sleeps on, and the night holds, and the work of the store is done and set aside, folded into the larger stillness of the hours before dawn. There is a rightness in a thing counted and put away, in knowing that whatever the coming days ask of these shelves, the shelves are ready, and that readiness, quiet and unseen, is its own kind of rest. The house is quiet behind you now, and the garden holds the last dark of the night. You have carried a shallow basket out through the low doorway, past the jars sleeping on their ledges, and you stand at the edge of the beds where the herbs grow in their tidy rows. The air is cool against your bare shoulders. It smells of wet earth and of the river beyond the wall, that flat green smell of water lying still. Nothing moves. A dog somewhere in the town turns over and settles again. The stars have thinned overhead, not gone, only fewer, and low toward the water there is a place where the black has begun to soften, though it is not yet light and will not be for a long while. You are in no hurry. This is the oldest part of the work, older than the writing, older than the stone bowl indoors. Before there was a book to read a remedy from, someone stood in a garden like this one in the last dark and gathered what the day would need. You set the basket down against your foot. You wait for your eyes to learn the dark, and slowly the shapes of the leaves come up out of the shadow, one bed and then the next, and you begin. You crouch first at the low bed nearest the wall, where the coriander grows soft and feathery, and you lay your open hand flat against the leaves. They are wet. All along the top of the garden, the dew has settled through the night. A fine, cold film on every leaf and stem, gathered out of the dark air the way moisture gathers on the inside of a cool jar. You know this water. Indoors, on the shelf, there is a preparation you set out at dusk in a shallow dish and left uncovered, so that overnight the dew would form on it and could be pressed out again come morning. The garden does the same thing to itself, freely, without a dish, without your asking. You draw your fingertips down a stem and they come away beaded and clean. There is a reason the plant gatherers of long ago came out at this hour and not at noon. In the heat the leaves close and grow bitter and the oils in them thin away. Now, cold and full of the night's water, they are at their heaviest and their sweetest, and what you cut will keep its strength on the walk back. You gather a small handful, pinching low near the root, and lay it in the basket. The dill stands a little taller in the next bed, its stems dry and hollow when you snap them, and its smell sharpens the moment you break one. This is a plant for the belly, for the wind and the cramp that keep a person turning half the night, and it works better the fresher it is cut. You take only the young growth near the crown, leaving the flowering heads for seed, because seed is a different medicine and belongs to a different jar. Beside the dill there is cumin, low and gray-green and heavy with its own oil, and you rub a leaf between two fingers and hold it to your face and breathe it in. Warm, dusty, a little bitter underneath. This is the one you reach for when a stomach is soured and knotted, when the wind will not pass, and you gather it slowly, a stem at a time, feeling for the good growth in the dark. Your basket is not filling quickly. That is not the point of it. Each plant wants its own moment, its own hour, its own light, and the work of the gathering is mostly waiting and choosing and moving your hand once, cleanly, when the choice is made. The town sleeps on. You move to the next bed. At the far corner of the garden, where the wall gives way to a low gap, the ground slopes down toward the river, and here the beds end and the wild growth begins. You step through the gap carefully, one hand on the cool brick, and the earth underfoot changes from the raked soil of the garden to the softer, damper ground of the bank. The river is close now, a broad flat quiet off to your left, holding the last of the stars in its skin. Reeds stand black against it. You have come down here for the plants that will not grow behind a wall, the ones that like their feet in the wet, and you know where each of them keeps to. There is a rhythm to how you move along the bank, slow and low, letting the ground tell your feet where it is firm. You do not carry a light. A light out here would only blind you to the shapes you have learned to read by their darkness, the tall reed, the low creeper, the round leaf of the water plant floating out where the mud begins. Your eyes have the whole night in them now, and they see well enough. You stand a moment and let the river smell settle over you, cold and green, before you begin along the edge. The first thing you find on the bank is the willow, a low stand of it leaning out over the water, its narrow leaves hanging in the dark like fine wet ribbons. You take a small branch, bending it down and cutting where it is green and supple, and you strip a few of the leaves into your palm. The willow is not for pain, whatever the market herb sellers may claim. You keep to what the old book keeps to. The willow is for a wound that has grown hot and angry, laid over the swelling to draw the heat out of it, and that is the whole of what you ask of it. You have watched it do that work with your own eyes, watched a red and burning place go cool and quiet under a willow dressing over 4 days, and you do not need it to be more than it is. The book is honest that way. It writes down what a thing does and no more, and where it does not know, it says so plainly, and there is a kind of rest in that honesty. You do not carry the burden of promising what you cannot give. You cut a second small branch, bind the two together with a strip of reed, and lay them across the basket where they will not crush the softer leaves beneath. Further along the bank, the ground grows softer still, and here the acacia has seeded itself, a scrubby low tree with thorns you have learned to reach around. It is not the leaves you want from this one, but the gum, the hard amber beads of dried sap that gather along a wound in the bark where the tree has bled and healed itself. You find such a wound by feel, running your thumb up the trunk in the dark until it catches on the rough dried drop, and you work it loose and drop it into a small linen bag tied at your waist. Acacia gum is a binding thing, a closing thing. It draws a loose bowel back to firmness. It settles an irritation of the skin. It holds the other parts of a mixture together the way honey does. You gather what the tree has already given up, only the hardened beads, never cutting the bark to make it bleed fresh. There is enough here without wounding the tree for more. A few beads, the size of small stones, drop one by one into the bag with a dry little sound. And when you have a fair handful, you knot the bag again and move on. The sky over the water has lightened by the smallest measure, gray now rather than black. You crouch at the very lip of the water where the mud begins, and you rest there a moment on your heels, hands loose over your knees, and you simply look. The river is very old and very patient, and it does not care about the morning. It has been here longer than the town, longer than the book on the shelf, longer than the first hand that ever ground a leaf in a bowl. In a while the sun will come up over it, and the whole valley will fill with light and heat, and the noise of people, the water carriers, and the donkeys, and the men going up to the tombs, but not yet. For now it is only you and the water and the slow gray lifting of the dark. You let your breathing settle to the stillness of it. There is nothing to solve out here, nothing to weigh on the little balance, no wound to judge, no doubt to write down. There is only the next plant and the one after it, and the water going by, and the light coming the way it always comes, without being asked. You dip 2 fingers into the cold shallow at the edge, and lift them and let the drops fall back, and then you stand, your knees stiff, and go on along the mud toward the low round leaves floating out ahead of you. The low round leaves belong to a creeping vine that runs along the wet ground, and it is the fruit you have come for, a small hard gourd that hides under the leaves close to the earth. You part the growth with the flat of your hand and feel along the stems until your fingers close on one, round and heavy and cool as a stone, and you twist it free. This is a strong medicine and a careful one, close kin to the worm cure you cook down for the belly. Taken rightly, it moves a stubborn bowel that nothing else will move, and taken carelessly, it moves it too hard, so it is measured out small, a mouthful and no more. Everything you gather out here carries that same caution folded inside it. The plant that heals in the right amount will harm in the wrong one, and the whole of the physician's craft is in the amount, in the small stone weights and the little measuring cups, in the mouthful rather than the handful. You gather 3 of the small gourds, no more than you will use, and set them apart in the corner of the basket, where they will not roll against the soft herbs and bruise them. You straighten, and for a while you just walk the bank slowly, not gathering, letting the basket sit against your hip, feeling the change in the air. It comes first as a smell, the river shifting from its night smell of cold mud to something a little greener, a little warmer, as though the water itself were beginning to wake. Then it comes as sound. A single bird somewhere back in the reeds tries one note, stops, tries it again, and is answered from further off. And then there is a small scattered talking of birds up and down the bank, low and unhurried, nothing like the full noise of day. The reeds that were flat black shapes are beginning to show themselves apart from one another, each one a stem now rather than a wall of dark. You did not see this happen. It is never a thing you can catch happening. You only notice from time to time that a little more of the world has come back into being while you were bent over a plant, and that the dark you began in is quietly spending itself out. There is a long gray road of morning still ahead. You are glad of it. You have never liked to be finished too soon. Near where a footpath comes down to the water, there is a low tangle of juniper, and you crouch to it and pick the small dark berries one at a time, dropping them into a second linen bag. They are ripe now, dusty blue and soft under the thumb, and they give off that clean resinous smell when you press one, the smell of a thing that keeps well and travels well. Juniper is for the water of the body, for the person who cannot pass it freely, and it is a gentle enough medicine that you can be generous with it. You fill a good part of the bag. Beside the juniper, half wild, a few heads of garlic have come up from some old planting, and you pull 2 and knock the earth from them against your wrist. Garlic is everywhere in the work, in the belly cures and the breath cures, both plain and strong and always to be had, and you take it without ceremony, the way you would take bread from a basket. The gathering has its own order, the rare and careful things sought out one by one in the dark, the common strong things pulled up by the handful when you pass them. You know which is which by long habit, and the knowing is easy now, almost bodily, needing no thought. The basket has a good weight to it now, though it is not full, and you set it down on a flat stone at the edge of the path, and take a moment to sort what you have gathered before the walk back. You do this every time. Wet things and dry things do not travel well together, and a bruised leaf loses in an hour what it took a whole night to gather. So you lift the willow branches out and lay them along the top where the air can reach them, and you tuck the hard round gourds down into one corner and the leaf herbs into the other, and you settle the 2 small linen bags of gum and berries into the middle where nothing will crush them. It is a small, quiet piece of order, done by feel in the half-light, and it pleases you the way a tidy shelf pleases you. Everything in its place, nothing wasted, each thing kept apart from what would spoil it. You have arranged 100 baskets like this one, in 100 gray mornings, and your hands know the sorting without being told. When it is done, you rest your palm flat on the top of it all for a moment, the way you might rest a hand on a sleeping child, and then you lift the basket again. You climb back up the slope toward the gap in the wall, slower now with the weight on your arm, and at the top you pause and look back once at the river. The gray has warmed at its low edge to the faintest wash of color, not gold yet, not anything you could name, only a lightening, a promise laid along the water where the sun will eventually come. The reeds stand clear now, each in its place. A heron you had not seen the whole time you were down there lifts off the shallows on slow, heavy wings and folds itself away downstream without a sound. You watch it go. It is a good hour, this one, the hour before the world takes up its business again, and you have spent a lifetime of these hours out here with a basket, and it has never once bored you. There is always the same river, and always a different morning. You turn back to the wall and step through the gap, and the garden takes you in again. The tidy beds, the raked earth, the low familiar shapes, and beyond them the dark bulk of the house where the others still sleep, and where the day's work waits already prepared upon the shelves. In the garden you stop once more, at the coriander bed where you began, and you see now in the gray light what you gathered in the dark, and it is good. The leaves you cut are dark and firm and full, the dew still on them, exactly what you reached for by feel. There is a small satisfaction in that, in finding that the hand in the dark chose as well as the eye would have chosen in the light. You have trusted that hand for a long time. It learned the garden the way a child learns the rooms of a house, until it could move through the whole of it blind, and it has not failed you tonight. You crouch and gather one last small handful from the far end of the bed, where the growth is thickest, more than you strictly need, because a little extra of the common green things never goes to waste, and there is always a neighbor who will come to the door with a sour stomach, or a child who cannot sleep. You lay it in on top and straighten. The basket is as full as you want it. Anything more would only be weight. You have learned over the years to know the difference between enough and too much, and to stop at enough. You carry the basket back to the low doorway of the house and stoop under the beam and step inside, and the change is immediate. The outdoor gray giving way to the deeper indoor dark and the close warm smell of the workroom, the dried herbs hanging from the ceiling beam, the faint bitterness of the ground medicines, the honey and the beer and the old mud walls. It is cooler in here than out, and very still. On its shelf, the shallow clay saucer of oil has burned down to almost nothing through the night. Its twisted linen wick a small red coal now, and you leave it to gulter down on its own rather than trim it, for the light of morning is coming through the doorway well enough to see by. You set the basket on the low bench beside the heavy stone bowl where all the grinding is done, and you stand a moment letting your eyes come back to the room. Everything is where you left it at dusk. The jars on their ledges, the little balance with its stone weights, the papyrus roll tied and set aside. The room kept itself through the night. It asked nothing of you while you were gone, and it holds now, patient, whatever you will bring to it in the morning. You lift the herbs out of the basket, a bundle at a time, and hang them from the beam among the others. The coriander and the dill turned upside down so their oils will settle toward the leaf as they dry, tied off with short lengths of reed. There is a right way to hang each thing, and you do it without thinking. The willow laid flat on a shelf where the air moves, the juniper berries left in their linen bag with the mouth open, the acacia gum poured out into a small buff pottery dish. The room slowly takes on the green smell of what you carried in, the wet garden smell laid over the older dried herb smell, and the two settle together the way they always do. None of this is urgent. The herbs will dry in their own time over the coming days. drawing the last of the night's dew out of themselves into the still air of the room, needing nothing further from you now that they are hung. You have only to give them the beam and the shade and the time, and they will do the rest. You stand back and look at the fresh green bundles swaying very slightly among the gray-brown old ones, and it is a good thing to see, the new stock in among the kept, the shelf never quite empty and never quite full. When the last bundle is hung, you rinse your hands in the shallow bowl of water by the door, and the cold of it and the green smell that comes off your fingers is the smell of the whole night at once, the garden and the bank and the river and the dew. You dry your hands on the linen at your waist. The room is lighter now than when you came in, the gray at the doorway warming, though the far corners still hold their shadow. You look along the shelves and take a slow accounting, not a working one, just the quiet eye of a person seeing that all is well. The jars stoppered with their linen in dried mud. The honey pot and the beer jug and the shallow dish of milk set ready. The little balance hanging still and level from its cord. The reed pen laid across the scribal palette with its 2 wells of ink, the black and the red, gone dry and waiting. Everything measured, everything closed, everything in the place where the hand will find it. There is nothing here that the night left undone, nothing owed to the coming day that has not already been set right. The house is quiet and the house is ready, and the 2 things feel, standing here, like the same thing. You cross to the far ledge where the doses for the morning are set out, and you look them over one last time by the growing light. This was done last evening, before you slept and before you went to the garden, and it was done carefully, and it holds. Each measure is folded into its own small twist of linen. The powder ground fine and weighed on the little balance against the stone weights and closed up tight, and each twist sits in its own place on the ledge, the belly cure here, the eye wash there, the wound dressing at the end, so that come the hour when the first person knocks at the door there will be no scrambling, no grinding, no searching. It is already measured, it is already dry, it is already clean and closed and named in your own memory, and it will be found in the morning exactly where your hand set it down. You touch each little linen twist in turn as you count them along the ledge, not because you doubt the number, but because the touching is a kind of settling, a way of laying the day to rest before it has even begun. Whatever the morning brings, you will not meet it empty-handed. The work that could be done ahead of time is done. Beside the doses lies the papyrus you wrote out at the bench earlier, the remedy set down in your own hand in a few faint cursive strokes of black, the measures marked in red so the eye will find them quickly, the whole of it long dry now and rolled loosely and tied. You unroll a little of it and read the first lines in the gray light, more from fondness than from need, for you know what it says. It is an old thing, this way of writing a cure, older than you by a great span. The book on the shelf that you copied it from was older than you and older than your teacher, and it will be older still when it passes to whoever copies it next. There is comfort in standing in that line. You did not have to invent the mouthful or the 4 days or the fine grinding. It was given to you, worked out and written down and proven, and your task is only to keep it faithfully and pass it on unspoiled. You roll the papyrus closed again and lay it back exactly where it was, and it settles into its place with the small dry rustle that papyrus makes. The light at the doorway is proper morning light now, soft and pale, the color of the inside of a shell, and it reaches a little way across the floor of the room and stops. You do not go to meet it. You sit down instead on the low bench beside the stone bowl, and you rest, letting the tiredness of the long dark come up through you at last, the good clean tiredness of a body that has done its work and can now be still. Your back aches faintly from the bending on the bank. Your fingers still carry the smell of the herbs. None of it is unpleasant. It is the pleasant ache and the pleasant smell of a night rightly spent. The room is very quiet around you, and warm, and full of the good, bitter, dry smell of the shelves, and the fresh green bundles turn very slowly on their strings in the small stir of morning air from the door. There is a while yet before anyone will wake, a while before the first knock. You have this small hour to yourself, the gathered basket emptied and hung, the doses measured and set, the writing dry and rolled, everything that could be readied. You have nothing at all to do but sit and breathe and let the light come. You think, without meaning to think of anything in particular, of the long chain of mornings that this one belongs to. The plant gatherers who came before the book, standing in gardens like yours in the last dark, reaching for the same wet leaves by the same feel. The physicians who wrote the first cures down, the mouthful and the 4 days, so that the knowing would not die with the knower. The teachers who copied the book by hand in the house of life, the black body of the text and the red of the measures, room after room of scribes bent over the reed pen. The house that gathered all of it in, the garden and the river and the shelf and the balance, and gave you a place to stand inside it and do your small part. None of it began with you, and none of it will end with you. You are one morning in a very long line of mornings, one hand among many hands, and there is a deep rest in that, in being small inside a large and patient thing, in owing the day nothing that the night has not already paid. The work goes on without you when you sleep. That is the whole quiet meaning of a night rightly spent. The pale light has crept a hand's width further across the floor while you sat. So slowly you did not see it move, and it has reached the foot of the shelf now and lies there quiet. You watch it without watching. The way you watch the reeds come clear on the bank, letting it be what it is. The room grows a little warmer as the morning settles into it. Somewhere out in the town, the first true sounds of the day begin, far off and soft, a door, a voice, the flat knock of a water jar set down on stone, but they do not reach into the room so much as lap gently at the edge of it, and the room keeps its stillness against them the way a deep pool keeps its stillness under a light wind. You are not asleep, and you are not awake, only resting in that wide, slow place between the two, where the body has stopped and the mind has stopped, and there is nothing left that needs doing. The herbs dry on their strings. The doses wait on the ledge. The river goes by beyond the wall, carrying the morning down toward the sea the way it has carried every morning there ever was. There is a small clay dish of milk on the shelf, set out the evening before, and it has kept its skin through the night, cool and pale in the low light. It is there for the mixing, for the cures that go down gentler in milk than in beer or water, and there is an old form of words that goes with a certain kind of it, the milk of a woman who has borne a son, spoken over the medicine the way the book gives it, so that the strength of a mother nursing a well child passes into the cure. You do not need to speak the words now. The words belong to the morning, to the making, to the moment the dose is mixed and given. Now the milk only waits in its dish, and the dish only waits on its shelf, and the whole room is a held breath of waiting. Everything gathered and set and pointed toward a morning that is still, for a little while longer, not quite arrived. You like this held moment better than almost any other in the day. It is the moment when everything is ready and nothing has yet begun, when the work is all promise and no labor, and it is very peaceful to sit inside it and ask nothing of it and let it hold. The tiredness has gone soft and warm in you now, no longer an ache but a weight, the pleasant heavy weight that comes at the far end of a night's work and asks to be lain down under. Your eyes want to close and you let them come halfway, so that the room goes gentle and unsharp, the jars and the beam and the pale light on the floor all blurring a little into one warm, dim thing. You are aware distantly that you could sleep now, here on the bench or across the room on the low bed, and that it would be a good sleep, deep and dreamless, the sleep of a body that has spent itself well and settled all its debts. There is nothing to keep you from it. The gathering is done and hung. The doses are measured and closed. The writing is dry and rolled and laid in its place. The night handed everything forward to the morning already prepared, and the morning will find it all waiting, and you owe the coming day no scramble and no worry, only your presence when it wants you, which is not yet, not for a while. The room breathes slow around you. The light comes on, unhurried, the way it always comes. Let it come then. There is nothing left for your hands to do. Every jar sits stoppered on its own ledge. Every measure lies folded fine and dry in its twist of linen. Every word of the remedy is written out and gone dry on the papyrus, and the fresh green things you gathered in the dark hang cool and quiet from the beam, giving up the last of the night's dew into the still air by themselves, needing you for none of it. The bank is behind you and the river goes on without you. The house has been made ready down to its smallest measure, and the readiness does not depend on your waking to hold it. It will keep. It will all keep, exactly as it is, through however long you rest. The balance level, the ink dry, the milk waiting under its pale skin, the doses clean and closed, and each in its place. The whole careful weight of the morning has been lifted off the night and set down gently on the far side of your sleep, where it will be found, unspoiled, whenever you rise to it. So there is only this left to do, which is not a doing at all. Let the eyes close the rest of the way. Let the weight lie down. The room holds you the way the river held the last of the stars, without effort, without asking. The light is fully soft now, pale and even, and it has stopped seeming to come from the doorway at all and seems instead to be simply present, filling the low space to its dim corners, warming the mud walls to the color of honey. The herbs turn so slowly on their strings that you cannot see them move. The jars keep their small, dry silence. Far off, muffled by the thick walls, the town has begun its day, but its sounds arrive softened and slow, more like the memory of sound than sound itself, and they thread through the stillness without troubling it. You breathe, and the breath comes long and easy, and without your steering it, in and out, slow as the light. Your thoughts have loosened their grip on one another. They drift apart, unhurried, like leaves let go on still water, each one wandering off on its own into the dim, and you make no move to gather them back. There is nowhere they need to go, and nowhere you need to go, and nothing at all the hour requires. The house is ready. You are done. The morning will keep. And so the long night closes, not with a door but with a loosening. The way the dark loosened its hold on the water and gave the morning back by degrees, without a moment you could point to. You gathered in the last of the dark and carried it home. You hung the green things to dry and set the measures on the ledge and rolled the writing away, and each thing found its place, and the place is held. There is nothing more the night asks of you, and nothing the morning cannot wait for. The doses are fine and dry and measured, folded clean in their linen, each in its own quiet place on the shelf, and they will be there, exactly there, whenever you wake to them, whether that is in an hour or in the full light of a risen sun. The work is not undone by your resting. It was made, all of it, to be set down and left, to keep itself faithfully while the one who made it sleeps. So let the breath go long and let the room grow dim and warm around you, and let the pale light lie where it lies, and rest now fully, having left nothing behind you but what is ready. Rest. Everything is measured, everything is kept. There is nothing left to carry into the day.
You've reached the end of tonight's archive. If you're still awake, thank you for staying. And if you drifted off somewhere in the dark, then it did its work. Rest now. The next chapter will be here when you are. Sleep well. This has been Archive Whispers.